this is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got tracks and he's going in the outside of both of them. Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my God! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go. Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
Hey everyone, the USF 2000 is a blast to drive now, and here's your chance to learn it quickly. From my tutorial, VRS created a free bonus track guide for the Laguna Seca circuit, where you can learn exactly what I do in every corner to improve your lap times and get faster on track. You'll learn how to easily recognize brake markers, you'll find out which curbs to attack and which ones to avoid, you'll know when to use the full track and when a sequence of corners requires a compromise. And you'll learn how hard to brake and when to lift. The VRS Quick Reference track maps are available free to download and delivered each week to your inbox. The entire Global MX-5 series is available, as well as bonus maps like this one and many more. So if you're a new racer, or a veteran, or just anyone who wants to learn how to get faster sooner, the VRS track guides are for you. Just hit the link or button on screen and get yours today.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. VRS coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, VRS one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
Welcome one and welcome all to SimSpeed TV for the brand new season of Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS action, presented as well by 2Easy Finance. It's round one, the Montreal 250. 2021 was perhaps the most competitive season in SCOPS history, with fantastic racing all throughout and a titanic battle at the top of the standings. And the drivers will be looking to replicate some of that this year. A very long championship of 15 rounds over the entire year. And we're looking forward to bringing it all to you live here on SimSpeed TV. I'm Reese Gardner. It's Daniel Yeaman alongside me in the commentary box, making his debut for V8SCOPS action on Sundays. You would have heard his voice a couple of times during the support races on Friday and Saturday. Dan, I'm looking forward to this season. This is the highest rated, most competitive series in the Australia-New Zealand SimSphere, and we're going once again here at Montreal. Priority number one for Madison Down is defending his third V8SCOPS driver's title, but there'll be plenty of drivers looking to capitalise.
Very true there, Reece. Thank you for the introduction there, and good evening to you all from me directly as well. Fingers crossed we look after you well tonight here on broadcast and put together a good show with the racing we have coming up for you very soon. But yes, indeed, a lot of drivers, I think a couple of drivers new to the Scops field in particular, looking to make their mark this year, having put in the work over the off-season, but plenty of old hands back to defend their track records, and in particular, our defending season champion, Madison Down, will be back in the number 1 car later on this evening to start off his title defense, hopefully in the best way he can for him. Just on screen here, a little track map of the Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve at Montreal that we're racing here tonight. A fantastic course, the Canadian home of the Canadian Grand Prix, as I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And just over 4.3 kilometers, 14 corners, and a fantastic track, despite the fact that it is if I'm not mistaken, Reese, a road course converted into a racetrack for the purposes of, well, iRacing or the Grand Prix in real life. And a track that these kind of cars will enjoy a good amount. Plenty of braking zones that allow for overtaking opportunities, but a lot of flow through the opening sector in particular that also puts a lot of load on the tyres around here.
Absolutely, it does. Plenty of chicanes, plenty of heavy braking zones. This track is a temporary circuit. It is open to the public most of the year on the Ile Notre Dame in the St. Lawrence River in Montreal. And that body of water that you see at the bottom of the screen in the background there, or you would have seen it before the scene changed, is actually the rowing pool for the 1960s Summer Olympics. Certainly fantastic city, Montreal, a very global city, especially when it comes to sport. And this island of Ile Notre Dame was constructed for Expo 67. So this place has been around for quite some time. The racetrack itself opening in 1978. And interesting to note, something that I've said a couple of times this weekend, the track layout is actually the simplest it's ever been. When it opened, it was much twistier, a few more turns and a couple of extra chicanes for the drivers to navigate, but not so nowadays. There's a couple of nice long straights which will result in some big overtaking moves coming into the final chicane. Well, we move on to Split 2 action here, the first race of the night, and it's pretty significant here, Daniel. These are the bottom 40 drivers that managed to make it into pre-qualifying. We've had 160 drivers register their interest for this season of V8 SCOPS, but we've had to whittle it down to 80 for our 2 servers of 40 cars each that'll be going off tonight. The winner of Split 1 gets a golden ticket to get into Split 1. So there's something that every driver in this server will be racing for.
Absolutely. It's one of the great things about the SCOPS format and the ability to put on 2 race servers back to front here, well, back to back, pardon me, for the racing tonight. Obviously, it's great to see a huge number of drivers interested in taking part. Unfortunately, yes, we have to say sorry to a good number of those who weren't able to quite make the pre-qualifying cut, but we're now left with 80 of some of the best drivers in the supercar from Australia and New Zealand in particular, but might even be a couple of drivers from, in fact, all of them are from Australia and New Zealand, which makes quite a lot of sense there, all things considered. But yeah, it'll mean that the racing is going to be tight and up and down the field in both splits, I'm sure. And yeah, we are going to see one person from this first race here in Split 2 make their way to the top split later on. And that means it's going to be a very coveted position come the end of this first race tonight.
Very coveted indeed, but there's going to be plenty of obstacles for the drivers to navigate, not least the chicanes and a new off-track system for the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Before a month or two ago, Montreal, you were able to go over the white curbs at turns 8 and 9, that's the third chicane, and turns 12 and 13, the final chicane. If you went too far beyond the track limits, you'd be hit with a brutal slow-down penalty. But that's been changed now. There are now off-tracks, the old 1X in the sim, if you go beyond the red and white curbs. And that's been a point of contention for a few drivers here.
Yeah, it's definitely quite the change to the way the track limits are policed here at Montreal in particular. And given that the nature of these cars is, if you can, to throw them up and on the curbs, they don't mind it too much so long as you're not trying to do too much with the braking and acceleration whilst also turning. So it certainly was quite a bit of contention and sort of concern that with also a slightly revised incident limit system being deployed by the V8 SCOPS admin team for this 2022 season, that drivers would be getting drive-through penalties in session quite a lot. So slight adjustments made for top split later on to accommodate the driver feedback based on their practice and preparation for tonight. But we'll see how things play out here in Super Split 2 as a bit of a benchmark for what we can expect later on in the night.
Yes, and as you can see, Ian Ford is top in the practice session, but he won't be starting on pole. The Split 2 grid is defined by the pre-qualifying results, so Damien Johnstone for Synergy Sim Racing will be the driver starting on pole position tonight, at least here for the first race. And the run into turn 1 here on lap 1 is certainly a place where the drivers will need to have their heads on sticks, their eyes on stalks, because if there's one thing that we've seen as a regular occurrence here at Montreal, it is the fact that there are those big turn 1 and 2 pile-ups. There's a bit of runoff you can use in terms of tarmac at the first corner, but that's not going to save you if there's a huge pile of cars turned around up ahead.
Indeed, yeah, making sure that the drivers pull themselves up perhaps a couple of meters earlier than they would at racing speed on that first lap there as we head down into that 1-2 complex will probably be important tonight to ensure we don't have drivers tripping each other up and getting ourselves one of those big wrecks really early on that might see the need for one of the manual safety cars, which we can see there at the end of pit lane currently standing by. And, well, hopefully we won't need to see them tonight, but they are there and ready in the case of a big accident coming up, or coming about, I should say, out on track. But, so yeah, fingers crossed people can use that runoff and dive out of the way if need be for an accident, but I guess we will have to wait and see. Thankfully, just about 3 minutes away from the gridding procedure, so not too long now before we find out if the field can make it through turn 1 and 2 all right here, Reese.
And once they do make it past turns 1 and 2, their thoughts will inevitably turn to strategy. We'll be racing for 25 laps around the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Split 2, and there's no compulsory pit stops. However, there is a fuel tank restriction of 65%. A full tank in these cars is usually 111 litres, but with that restriction, they'll only have 72 litres available to them. That's going to force a pit stop for fuel at some point in this race. And Madison Down, the reigning series champion, is a coach on Virtual Racing School, and you can access his data pack for these cars. And certainly makes things a bit easier for us up here in the broadcast booth because we know that it's going to be 3.8 litres a lap fuel usage or thereabouts. That's going to give you 18.98 laps. So if you lift and coast at a couple of corners throughout that stint, you'll be able to make it 19 laps. That makes the critical lap about lap 5, lap 6. That's when we'll expect drivers to possibly start coming into pit lane unless they decide to split the race into equal stints.
And I expect tonight we probably should see equal stints from most drivers pending any safety car interventions. Given the general way that the supercar handles its tyres, it's likely going to be best op for drivers. We see, or at least I've seen with the V8 America's coverage that SimSpeed's been able to provide for a couple of weeks this season. Generally speaking, with a current track temperature as well with 33 degrees Celsius, I would expect to see drivers in around that lap 12, lap 13 mark. You maybe get a lap or two earlier for someone gambling on an undercut. Likewise, someone going a little bit longer on the other end. So maybe 14, 15 laps before they pit, but I don't expect we'll see too many drivers really run that tank out or come in super early and run the tank long to the end of the race, I think, Reese.
Yeah, that makes sense to me as well. Well, only a couple of minutes left in the practice session. Still a few things to go over here before we go racing. The incident limit we mentioned before, it has been increased to 30 for Split 1, but it's going to remain at 20 for Split 2. So over 25 laps of racing, if there is the traditional turn 1-2 pile-up that we usually see here at Montreal, there'll be plenty of drivers already on 4 incidents. If you're new to iRacing, if you have a collision with another car, it will give you 4 incident points. So that's a fifth of your incident total already used up. The drivers will have to be extra careful beyond that.
That is very true. And with even a 30x incident limit for the main race later on, given that's a 58 lap race, they'll have to be even more careful, I dare say. So very much going to have to be a game of patience wherever you can, I would dare say. Well, not too long now until we get to the gridding procedure, which is good to see as we just have one couple of cars trying to complete one final lap, and drivers, I think, just finishing off some start launch preparation here in the pit lane or out on pit exit. But checkered flag has flown in the practice session, so almost time for us to get to the grid here, Reese.
Almost time indeed. The session ticks over, and this is going to be your starting grid for Split 2, Round 1 of the V8 Sim Community Online Premier Series. Starting on pole is going to be Damien Johnstone. Luke Mitchinson starts alongside him. We got Benjamin Smith and Evolution Racing Team's Ian Ford taking up row 2. Justin Wallace and Matthew Bowler start 5th and 6th. Of course, Matthew Bowler with his media venture, Bowler Media, the official screenshot partner of V8SCOPS. Bradley Vaughan sticks his Pursuit Sim Racing machine in 7th alongside Hayden Harrison. Bradley Sanders and Rob Carmichael 9th and 10th. It's going to be Thomas Hinz and Sean Linsell who round out the top 12.
Over the page to row 7, Cameron Jones will start from 13th and has Tyler Blackburn alongside him for 14th. Zach Ski making another Scops debut, if I'm not mistaken, will start at 15th alongside Blake Delaney there on row 8. Blake Neck, having done quite a good job in the support series earlier this weekend, will be starting out at position number 17 with David Kirby alongside him on row number 9. Christopher Ireland will be 19th with Ben Rothberg in 20th. Jamie Dyak for Fishing Motorsports there, 21st alongside Sean McNamara for 9.5 Sim Sports in 22nd. James Chastaneff there in 23rd, and will be starting alongside Colin Warwick for 24th and the end of row number 12 there, Reese.
And James Chastaneff, part of the Emu Sim Racing squad there. Ben Christensen going to be starting the Jinx Shifters Mustang out of 25th place. Michael Whiting starts alongside him. It's Carl Stokes and Brewster Carvalho on row 14. Meanwhile, it's Riley Bilson and Josh Drage who round out the top 30. Troy Maguire's going to start out at 31st alongside Matt Thompson. Then we got Matty Jones, who did a great job in the Flat 6 support races over the weekend, starting 33rd alongside Brenton Nitschke. Michael Angus and Rick Sebra are going to line up 35th and 36th. And then the rest of our field rounded out by Simon Vella, David Kinmond, Jamie Mcknight, and Timothy Hancock, who did not set a time in the practice session. Simon Black and Nick Parker are race control, and they will be handling the safety car, the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 safety car, if there is a big enough incident out on track. The majority of the drivers are now onto the grid, and the grid timer set for 3 minutes flat to give us time to go through the grid and time for the drivers to go through their final mental preparations. It is a big mental game driving the Australian touring cars on iRacing. 1.5 tons in weight, 650 horsepower, and a locked rear differential makes them quite difficult to drive. They are notorious for being some of the most difficult cars to drive on the iRacing service, but these drivers certainly have their style sorted when it comes to these things. They have made it into the big game of Australian sim racing. Just a few seconds left now on the grid timer before the lights will go up and we can finally go racing for V8SCOPS 2022. Here we go then, the revs rise. Our eyes will be on Damien Johnstone and Luke Mitchinson at the front of the field. V8SCOPS 2022 Split 2 is go, and unfortunately Johnstone bogging down a bit. Also a case for Benjamin Smith. He's getting swamped by the rest of the top 5 there as they come into turn 1 for the first time, and going wide is Luke Mitchinson. He turns around Damien Johnstone, and what did I say? There is a crash at turns 1 and 2. Multiple cars involved. It is a proper pile up there as the field comes streaming in. They didn't slow down. There's so much contact going on there.
Goodness gracious me. I was trying to get my eyes on something happening at the very back of the field at the race start. It was Matty Jones in the 087 who stalled his car, but never mind that, because we've just had the track blocker to make all track blockers here on lap 1, Reese. Goodness gracious. I thought maybe we had a chance of that one getting away with just the 2 cars spinning at turn 2 when Mitchison went through the grass and got Johnson, but it absolutely unloaded as a result. Johnson and Richardson are still struggling as they try to recover their cars through turn 6 and 7 at the second chicane here. They're well down the back of the field now, and they're going to have a long road ahead of them if they want to try and recover anything in this race.
Oh my goodness indeed, and the drama keeps going on as drivers struggle to slow down for that third chicane, one of the places where the off-track rules have been tightened for this year. Oh boy, what a dramatic lap one it has been, but it is Justin Wallace in second, chasing down Benjamin Smith, who leads the way up at the front of the field in the number 91 Mustang. Pursuit Sim Racing's Matthew Bowler in third place now, thanks to the dramas at turns 1 and 2. Final turns for the first lap complete, and that's going to be the order as they run across the line.
Stop on the back straight! Someone in the fence! Zach Ski in the triple three's just been taken, nosed into the fence there on his way down to the final chicane. Pardon the interruption, he dived straight for the pit lane with already damage on that car, and it's gotten worse for him there. Not the debut for Pursuit Sim Racing he would be wanting, but that got messy on the back stretch there as cars were streaming past and just not enough space given, leaving Zach nowhere to go but contact and into the wall. Meanwhile, plenty of cars now with war wounds, as we see here, the number 9 on track, Ben Christensen, is missing the rear wing and the boot for good measure. Thankfully, that front end looking not too bad in the meantime, though, Reese.
Yes, indeed. Poor Zach Ski. He's missing both the front and the rear ends. He was involved in that turn 2 pile-up and having those further dramas on the first lap. But Justin Wallace here for Race on Oz, one of the teams that has been a veteran competitor in V8SCOPS competition, along with, of course, Benjamin Smith, really chasing him down now. The top 3 breaking away from the rest of the field. This is a move just behind them for 4th. Hayden Harrison having to give way to Cameron Jones. You'll see them in the background right there. It's a slightly better run for Hayden Harrison as they come out of the hairpin, but it seems the momentum is with Cameron Jones. He's going to have the inside now for the final chicane. And going side by side through here is not always the best way to go about it, especially with those new off-track rules. So he yields quite early to Jones, does Hayden Harrison, and they will keep going. Thomas Hinz has had a very profitable first lap. Meanwhile, he avoided all of the carnage, and he's moved himself up into 6th, right on the back of this pack.
Good to see that. Might have had a suboptimal pre-qualifying by perhaps his own standards, given his experience in the car, but smooth and skilled pair of hands behind the wheel to avoid all the drama on that one, and immediately makes a move up the inside of Hayden Harrison at turns 3 and 4. Sends Harrison to the grass. He's going to come back out in front, and now we've got side by side as these two figure out who deserves to be in front through the Pont de la Concorde up to turns 6 and 7. Meanwhile, it's allowing the 380 of Blake Neck to get involved, and up the inside he goes. And then James Chastaneff also comes through on Hayden Harrison, so that is 3 places lost in 3 corners there for the Type N eSports car.
Big shame there, and he probably won't be too happy with Thomas Hinz for that. Of course, it's very difficult to run side by side through these chicanes in these cars, but you can stick one up the inside of the chicane if you play your cards right. So Hinz now up into 5th, though Race Control might be taking a look at that move. He'll be trying to round up Blake Neck as best he can. In terms of Race Control, we have our first bit of news from them. Luke Mitchinson given a black flag for the contact at lap 1, and of course Mitchinson was the driver who ran a bit deep at turn 1 and turned around our pole sitter.
Yeah, it's not the way that he wanted to do, but good to see Race Control immediately on that one there and ensuring they had that one decided rapidly and decisively. And given it was a bit of an open shut case there, unfortunately for Mitchinson, not too much of a surprise there in terms of the end result. See here, cars through the midfield. The 055 of Riley Bilson, currently in the middle of what looks like an ERT sandwich there. Ben Rothberg directly ahead of him and having to deal with, pardon me, the 115. I believe that's Ian Ford. Yes, Ian Ford in the 115 behind. Oh, goodness me. Meanwhile, in the background of shot. Yes, indeed. The Wall of Champions claims another victim. This time, Kyle Stokes in the 888 there. Not the last driver running on track at the moment, but that's more damage to that car, or maybe the first damage to that car, perhaps, pardon me, that it's picked up there. So we'll jump to a virtual racing school replay and get an eye of that one there, Reese.
We shall indeed. So what on earth happened to Kyle Stokes here? Well, it looks like he was already missing the rear wing as a result of that carnage out of the first couple of turns, driving in the 888. This looks like a move being made on him at the final chicane, potentially. He does go deep and then slams into the wall. Not much information we can gain from that front-facing onboard. I'm wondering if there was a bit of side-by-side action there. Fortunately, everyone manages to go past him without much incident.
Yeah, so it just looked like possibly in the initial phase of the braking zone, he got a little bit locked up there. So maybe a bit of a contact in the rear quarter. here from the car behind. No, the 85 there of Colin, all close, but I think the wiggle happens a little bit earlier there. So I think that's just unfortunately a case of Stokes in the Triple Eight just feeling a little bit under pressure there from the 85, which was Colin Warwick, and overcommitting himself in the braking zone there and finding the fence as a result. Back to live pitches though, and the top three are still glued together on track. Matthew Bowler making sure that Justin Wallace keeps the pressure on Ben Smith for the race lead. You see here through turns 1 and 2 there, Wallace just a little bit wide, just giving Bowler a bit of encouragement, I think, there. He can make a move in the next couple of laps, perhaps, because if he doesn't get past here, there's a possibility Ben Smith starts to just open up that gap and give himself a breather here in this opening phase.
And that could be crucial when pit stop time comes around. The safety car was not called for that opening lap incident, so the drivers have had to race on as they are. Wondering if there will be a safety car further on, though, because the amount of damage that some of these cars are carrying, there's every chance that a couple of them could have an engine blow somewhere around the circuit. And there is a no escape rule in V8SCOPS. If you have an incident and you're out of the race, you can't just escape back to your garage. You have to ask race control for permission to tow first, and then they will call a safety car and you'll be allowed to tow back to the pits. Oh, big defense for Justin Wallace just up ahead of these guys. There's battling going on all through the field, but Matthew Bowler has really put the pressure on now. If we can take a look at them, Wallace having to go defensive here versus Bowler into the final chicane. He will be ahead when they get to the braking zone, but how brave will Matthew Bowler be? Let's take a look on board with the Pursuit Sim Racing driver, hard on the brakes for the final corner, and Justin Wallace manages to keep the position. This battling is allowing Benjamin Smith to streak away, and it looks like Bowler might be thinking about a move at turn 1 here, jerks out to the left-hand side, but Justin Wallace still very brave on the brakes.
Yeah, I think Bowler seeing this is the time he needs to go for it now. That last lap from Wallace, it looked a little bit rough at the start when we were watching them come through turns 1 and 2. Now a full lap ago. I think he's now just trying to start really get a move done as soon as he can cleanly. Because, yes, every bit of defensive driving from Wallace just opens the door for Ben Smith just to have that breather and know that even if, say, Bowler is able to feel safe behind Wallace, that the time difference stationary in the pit stop will be neutralized by the gap on track at the moment.
Yeah, and like we alluded to in pre-race, there's only a very short amount of fuel saving required to extend that stint out to 19 laps, probably just one lift and coast. And certainly with the amount of lifting that would have gone on lap 1, I think plenty of drivers will be good for that. The racing goes on, though, all throughout the field. Bowler still trying to round up Wallace here, and he goes up the inside into Lapangla hairpin and gets it done, but brave attempt there. Excellent stuff. The over-under from Justin Wallace. He's going to keep the position, and they're in the same place that they were last lap. Wallace just slightly ahead of Bowler and looking to defend the inside. I'll tell you who this is giving a big advantage to. Cameron Jones just behind them. The momentum is with Bowler, though. They're going to be side by side coming into the braking zone again. Justin Wallace putting on a magnificent defense there, and now Jones is right with them.
This is something Bowler didn't want. He thought he had that job done at the hairpin, but just a bit too deep under brakes to make sure he got alongside. And Wallace says, thank you very much. I'll go underneath you there at the apex. But yeah, it's now allowing Cameron Jones to join the fight. And now Bowler has to decide, do I attack even more aggressively, or do I start compromising the attack and focusing on the defense from Jones? All the while, Ben Smith up to 1.6 seconds clear of Wallace in second. This is exactly what he wants to see in his rearview mirrors.
Yeah, and the golden ticket will be approaching rapidly for Benjamin Smith as long as there aren't any issues for him further on in the race. He's driving very well there in the ANZ Motorsports Mustang. But Justin Wallace now has 2 cars behind him vying for second place. And this is going to be very tough to defend against these guys for a set amount of laps. They'll be coming up, well actually they're properly in the pit window now to get home from here, but like we alluded to, a lot of drivers won't be wanting to make either of their stints too long.
Yes, I would expect we should see everyone hold station even with the damage and battling in the field for a while longer, but once again it's on the exit of the hairpin here at Lapingle. Bowler is again forced to the outside down the backstretch, but he is alongside fully now. Does he get a bit of a bump draft perhaps from Jones? or do they all sort of hold their places here? Wallace has been good under brakes everywhere so far. Holds it side by side under brakes this time once again, and takes the lead through the final chicane. No into the World Champions, thankfully, so they continue on as they were. Bowler must be getting very desperate now if he's continuing to make moves on the brakes initially. He just isn't able to get alongside. I say, though, into turn one. Here comes a squeeze, though, for Wallace. Oh, well done. Excellent car control from Bowler to make sure that car didn't spear sideways into the pit exit. He's not going to be too impressed by that, I reckon, given that was a bit touch and go, but everyone alive and in one piece still, Reese. That's at least the good thing we can say of the outcome of that one there.
Yeah, too right, Dan. And the reason that battle eventuated on that lap was Justin Wallace spun up the wheels coming out of the hairpin. So the rears might already be crying out for mercy on that race on Oz number 13 Commodore. Does get a very good exit there from the second of the 4 chicanes that line this circuit, and he'll crucially have a nice gap versus Matthew Bowler. Might be able to start getting into a rhythm and pulling away because Wallace has his hands full with Cameron Jones just behind. These guys have also got to start looking out for Thomas Hins. He's on his own at the moment in that Jinx Shifters Mustang. But if they keep battling like this, look at that from Cameron Jones, over under on Matthew Bowler, and gets a great exit out of the hairpin. Bowler struggling to keep the power down over the curb on the exit, but that's going to be third place for Cameron Jones. Very well executed move. And look who's there, Thomas Hins in the green Mustang.
Yeah, I think unfortunately Bowler has just burnt up his tyres a little bit too much. He was struggling for traction off of that second chicane at 6 and 7 as we caught them earlier on in the lap, and that's what gave that door to Wallace. And now Cameron Jones able to execute there. Bowler locking the brakes a fraction into Lepingle, the hairpin at turn 10, and that sealed the deal there for him with traction not quite there on exit for good measure. Meanwhile, just a little bit behind them, currently James Chastanet running in P6, but he's got Blake Neck right behind him for company, and not too far behind them, we've still got Hayden Harrison in the 096, and he's chased by Christopher Ireland. So 9 cars inside 10 seconds of the race leader still, and a couple of drivers making excellent moves forward up the field. So still plenty to play for here in the front half. So we look here at the 027 of Jamie Mcknight, currently 25th place. That's not quite where he'd want to be, but having come up from 39th, nevertheless, that's still good progress from his starting position here, Reese.
And Matthew Bowler has just taken third place back from Cameron Jones at the third chicane. That's bringing Thomas Hins ever closer to these two. Is Cameron going to send one up the inside of the hairpin? No, he backs out of it, but he does go a little defensive here versus Thomas Hins. Matthew Bowler crucially still ahead, which should allow him to mount an attack on Justin Wallace. We've had our first few regular pitters of the race, meanwhile, as I see Troy Maguire falling down the order. I think he might have had a spin. He's back down in 32nd
Oh, yes,
now.
he has!
Oh, yeah, and goodness me, we just cut to that in time. A couple of drivers making a very narrow escape there. We'll go to another virtual racing school replay, and we might have to stay on it because Cameron Jones has just spun out of the final chicane. Maguire already carrying a great deal of damage. Let's see what happened to him here. And I think we should stay on the replay to catch what happened to Cameron Jones. He has fallen down the order massively.
A little sorry there in chat from Troy, but I think that's going to come after all this. So it looks run wide, and oh yes, just up grass on exit, and oh hello, fence. A little bit of the stick action there, and quite surprised that engine didn't blow up. So he tries to get it going there, and the 68 of Bradley Sanders almost nowhere to go. Bumps off the left front of Maguire, but very lucky there that looks to have gotten away with that one for the most part, apart from losing a spot there in the queue. So meanwhile, there's Cameron Jones in the Century Motorsports Commodore spinning in the background a shot. Now, I'll have to be curious to see, has he just gotten a bit too aggressive on the power when that happened, or is there something else to do there? Might need to get another replay if we can, a little bit queued up a little bit earlier if we can, into the braking zone of the final chicane here, Reese. Here we go.
Here we go indeed, and well, Bowler was slowing down a bit more, and it looks like Jones just lost the rear, then skipping over those curbs really unsettled the car. So that's a lesson for all the drivers out here. Don't go too far over those white curbs at the final corners. He's back down in 17th.
Oh dear.
Positions. Oh dear.
Yeah, live pictures. We might want to get to the car 06. Rick Seabra's had a moment on the exit of turn 2, and he almost collected the 100 of Brad Vaughan. He's got the car going again now, and almost a lap down, unfortunately, for Rick. But that was a hairy moment there that almost took out another driver that's currently circulating and, well, just trying to keep on racing with a lengthy pit stop for Vaughan already having to be done in this race. Meanwhile, up towards the front of the field there, 096 at the back of that pack there. Hayden Harrison looking to continue to apply the pressure to Blake Neck. It's now a 4-car train starting with Thomas Hinz in 4th place as more drivers come into the pits here. Just a little bit earlier than I thought, but around that halfway mark, nevertheless here, Reese.
Yeah, we've had plenty of drivers coming into the pits now. Some of them, of course, for damage sustained on lap 1, but scheduled pit stops for the likes of Kyle Stokes, Rob Carmichael, Sean Linsell. We've got John Stone, Bilson, Dyke, Hancock, Matty Jones, Bradley Sanders and Colin Warwick, all having completed their stops now and filtering back out onto the racetrack. Christopher Ireland is the leader of the cars that have pitted there in 17th place, and looking like a pretty good pit stop from him, 12 seconds. The quickest pit stop so far, it seems, has been 10.5 seconds for Riley Bilson and for Matty Jones, as there's still moves being made here back in the field. I think that's Blake Neck up ahead of James Chasteneuf in the number 427. This is the battle for 4th place. Thomas Hinz just up ahead of these guys. He's dropped off Justin Wallace and Matthew Bowler. Had to take a bit of avoiding action when Cameron Jones spun out of this very corner. But now Thomas Hinz pulls out and he's going for the pits along with Hayden Harrison. Now, that's going to be interesting to see where they come out once everyone has gone through the pit cycle.
Yes, this will be important. The V8 here does do quite nicely in terms of outlap performance. The tyres are at their best at their coldest possible temperatures. Meanwhile, it looks like they're the 100 of Brad Vaughan in the pits once again and taking an extended service. So not the race that Brad Vaughan will be wanting, but let's see here as Hinz comes out of the lane. There's a lot of traffic flowing past here at the moment, but hopefully we'll slot out in for his sakes in a decent spot. In fact, right in front of Jamie Mcknight. So not too far up the road from Christopher Ireland, but plenty of cars in between him and Ireland to sort of give him a breathing room, because Ireland's on fresh tyres compared to the 3 cars.
Wow.
Oh, analytical race on Oz, getting loose. Tyler Blackburn in the 947, getting it out sideways through Ponte de la Concorde. That's not quite the place you want to be, and that's starting to look a little bit sketchy through 6 and 7 for good measure. So those rear tyres have been superheated races. We get another look at that little moment there for Tyler on the Virtual Racing School replay here.
Goodness me, and that chicane is one of my favourite places to watch racing here at Montreal, just for the sheer amount of commitment it takes. Big slide there for Tyler Blackburn, just avoiding getting into the wall, and the way the track curves to the left and then to the right through there certainly helps you to keep position if you make such a mistake. Or Ian Ford getting up the inside of Christopher Ireland now and trying to follow him through there as Hayden Harrison succeeds, though not without a little bit of a door being fed to Christopher Ireland. We've had Damian Johnstone come in to serve a drive-through penalty for contact on lap 6, so our pole sitters race just going from bad to worse. Colin Warwick also got a black flag for contact on lap 3 as we see our race leader coming into the pits. And it seems to me that Blake Neck, James Chasteneuf also in the pit lane, Brewster Carvalho, David Kinmond and Jamie Mcknight all at a stop in their box. Benjamin Smith rejoins in 4th. The 3 cars ahead of him, Wallace, Bowler and Delaney, have yet to pit. The only other cars left to take a pit stop are Tyler Blackburn and Brenton Nitschke.
Yeah, most of the field indeed having those stops done. I think the undercut is working somewhat. Hinz closed, I think, a little bit there in relation to Ben Smith. The gap currently are just over 5 seconds as Smith gets his car back up to speed here on track. But keeping our eyes here on this mid-pack battle, Ian Ford turning all the screws onto the rear bumper of Tyler Blackburn here as they head down to turns 8 and 9, the 3rd chicane. Excellent run out of turn 7 for Ian Ford. He's alongside now, surely. That corner is his. Blackburn's going to have to tuck back in to avoid any off-tracks, and indeed he has to yield that one. And not the greatest run there, not yielding as much as I think he might have, or could have perhaps. And Hayden Harrison says, thank you very much. I'll go alongside you at very least. Let's go a long way around here at the hairpin of the Pingle. Blackburn late on the brakes, but able to pull it up at the apex. And in fact, Christopher Island is going to get involved here. Does Harrison have the run around the outside? He does, though. Excellent drive off the corner there for Harrison in the 096 there, Reese.
Excellent drive indeed. Wallace and Bowler are in the pit lane, and it was quite interesting coming up to the lane for Wallace and Bowler. I caught it off camera. Wallace went for the pit lane. Matthew Bowler was going to try and take the final chicane the normal way, but ended up following Wallace into the pits. They are going to fall a bit down the order here. Blake Delaney still out in front, having not taken a pit stop, but Thomas Hinz, the undercut, has worked magnificently for him. He has filtered into third place now, ahead of Justin Wallace, Blake Neck, and Matthew Bowler. Brilliant stuff there from Hinz. He's really moving.
Yeah, indeed. Just a couple of laps of clean air and fresh tyres for Hinz, and it does all of the work that he wants. It's going to be a bit of a tough road here for at the very least, Bowler at the back of this train now, but Wallace though not doing himself any favours with a bit of a slide there out of turn 7. That'll heat the tyres up a little bit more than appreciated, and just giving Hinz a little bit more of that breathing room here on this outlap, as now it's Blake Neck's turn to try and put the pressure on Wallace and get a pass done here for position.
All right then. Slightly fresher tyres there for Justin Wallace on his outlap. Blake Neck has been on these tyres for 1.5 laps now, coming up to 2. So they're already up to temperature. Let's see if he has what it takes. Doesn't look like it out of the hairpin though. Very nice drive from Justin Wallace. Don't forget that Neck has to deal with Matthew Bowler just behind him as well here.
Trouble for the 205 of Michael Angus. Exeter turn 9, he stopped in the middle of the track and sideways for good measure, just off the racing line, thankfully, so everyone's able to go past him. But that's another car around. Hopefully we can get a chance to see what's happened to him, because unfortunately I only spotted it when he was already spun. But thanks to Scott Fontaine on production, he's going to look at the virtual racing school replay, and oh dear, that looks like it's going to be self-inflicted. Yes, indeed. Ooh, concrete for good measure.
It's very difficult to put the power down out of that chicane in these cars. The lock differential means that once you get a little bit of wheel spin, that's it. The rear end has no grip, and a very open exit for that chicane as well. So tempting to go full throttle, but the car just got a little unsettled there for Michael Angus. Well, Benjamin Smith back into the lead now as Tyler Blackburn comes in for a second visit to pit lane. And it seems that the field is largely cleansed, apart from Brenton Nitschke, who's still out there with no pit stops to his name, but right on board with Blake Neck as he continues to chase down Justin Wallace for third place. Thomas Hinz having made the move there and coming out just ahead of these guys. Fantastic run from Thomas Hinz, also from Blake Neck, who's got a great run on Justin Wallace. Wallace is going to go defensive here into the hairpin. Will it be the over-under for Blake Neck? Tries to scythe his way under. No, he's just going to stay behind here. Maybe try and take advantage of the slipstream coming down this back stretch.
Maybe, but a little bit of a wiggle I think I saw from the rear of Neck's car on throttle. Puts him a little bit more in neutral space there, with Matt Bowler looking to try and recover here. But in saying that, these guys have caught Thomas Hinz quite a bit in that last lap there. Unfortunately, with it being Wallace's outlap, we can't see exactly what the lap times were like for him, but he was a lot closer in the middle of that lap than he was the previous to Hinz, but unfortunately a little bit of a rusty exit from the turn 8-9, the third of the 4 chicanes here. Allowed Blake Neck to get up behind him, and once again, these 3 behind Wallace, or Wallace included being the first of the 3, I should say, just compressing once again. So 10 laps to go here, so well into the second stage of this race, but still at the same time, decent amount of racing yet to come. And at this stage, I can't say which of those guys is going to be the one that ends out in front of the group come the checkered flag race.
Yeah, it's very much a battle that we'll have to wait till the checkered flag to see the result of. Brenton Nitschke finally taking his pit stop, 12.5 seconds at a standstill for him, and Kyle Stokes jumping into the lane as well for his second visit to pit lane. It looks like that might have been a drive-through penalty for the incident limit. I'm thinking it might be the same for Colin Warwick. We talked about how the drivers would be dealing with contact incident points early on. It seems the drivers are really racking them up. Quite a few drivers have had to make further visits to the pit lane just to serve those penalties.
That would explain it. Yeah, I mean, there has been plenty of damage, as we also couldn't have missed that earlier on. But I think, yeah, drivers suffering the cost of the off-track limits here, and other 4x contacts, or maybe a couple of drivers who lose control in a 2x. It's all adding up here as we come towards the end of the race. Just on that last lap there, Blake Neck was really strong through the turn 8-9 chicane once again. Drew up along the outside of Justin Wallace, but unable to get up alongside and do anything with it into the turn 10 hairpin. So has to form up again behind him, but they've caught Thomas Hinz once more, so that breathing room Hinz had gone again. Don't know if it's Hinsey just trying to look after the car and the tyres perhaps, so that he can defend more aggressively in the next couple of laps here, but he doesn't quite have, well, he's a couple of tenths down on Wallace and Neck behind, but it's not much, but it's enough to allow him to close back up here and give Wallace a chance at the attack, and take a moment from looking out the rearview mirror and take a moment to look through his front windscreen there, Reese.
Yeah, always nice to be able to keep your focus on the cars in front when you have a slight gap. Just behind this group, Ian Ford is really starting to make moves, or definitely moving sideways out of the chicane. But he was the fastest car on track last lap, the only driver to get into the 1 minute 36s in terms of lap times. If he can find his way past James Chasteneuve here, he might become an element in that battle for second.
I think that's definitely a good estimation. Chasteneuve is on pace with the guys ahead in this battle for third, but pardon me, it's actually the battle for second now that we've had our final car pull off to the pit lane. Once again, Wallace defending early to the inside. Blake Neck trying to get the best line through the chicane to open up the exit, but a little wiggle on corner exit there with the power down just kills the chance of a run down to turn 1 this time by. Like traffic up ahead of Thomas Hinz for good measure, so hopefully there the car 06, which is a Rick Sebra, will be able to step aside here at a convenient moment. But with a field of cars coming here, could easily become 6 if Chasteneuve and Ford continue to maintain pace, as Ford's a little wide there through turns 3 and 4. So give Chasteneuve a miniature breather here for the time being. And yeah, these guys, I think, just sizing each other up for the time being. Not trying to burn up the car too much, but Blake Neck, a good run through the turn 6-7 chicane again. Is there anything coming of it this time by down to turn 8 and 9? Maybe, but he's going to have to go around the outside again, Reese.
Yeah, around the outside. Not doable, but oh dear. That's unfortunate. Coming together, Blake Neck is going to go for a spin as well. Thomas Hinz is now clear in second place. Blake Neck and Justin Wallace coming together at turn 8. And it looked to me like it was just a case of Justin Wallace probably not realizing that Blake Neck was still alongside him. We'll get another view thanks to our friends at Virtual Racing School. You see Blake Neck pull out to the outside, and he has some overlap here on Justin Wallace as they come into the braking zone, but Wallace moving ever so slightly to the left. Maybe Blake Neck moving slightly to the right as well. Oh dear. That's a huge shame there for Justin Wallace, who was one of the star competitors here today. Also, Blake Neck. Neck has managed to rejoin in 6th, but Justin Wallace is all the way down to 11th place, just ahead of Cameron Jones, who he was battling with before. Now both of these drivers have had issues.
Yeah, not the way that I'm sure either of Wallace or Neck would have wanted that fight to end. I think, yeah, just Neck not quite there in terms of perhaps sufficient overlap. We'll have to see what the stewards think of it. But certainly was there looking to the outside, which is a dangerous game. All the same as into turn 1, Wallace. Oh, I think a little bit of netcode contact just not helping things for good measure as Cameron Jones gets on past him. And Wallace now was under pressure, but gets passed by Josh Drage. As a result, Drage looking to try and continue to pick up places. Josh actually done a very good job here. He started 30th in this race, now up to 12th, and challenging Cameron for 11th here. So this is a case of looking to keep that car relatively clean and make his way through as drivers around him sort of slip and stumble. And here comes what looks like a redress from Cameron Jones on Justin Wallace here.
Ah, yes, trying to escape the wrath of the stewards there. It looks like there was a bit of contact coming into turn 1. Position redressed and play on, boys. But try to keep it on the racetrack there, Cameron. take care. He's got Ben Christensen just behind him. And poor Ben, he's had some further issues there now, losing his rear wing, but still fighting for those last couple of positions in the top 14 of our cars here. So, the status of the field as lap 20 begins. Benjamin Smith out in front. Thomas Hinz in second, 7.3 seconds behind. Not much chance of Benjamin Smith being caught, but Thomas Hinz continuing to plug away in second. Matthew Bowler, though, running 4/10 faster than him, the car we're looking at, on the previous lap. So he might be on the hunt here in the last 6 laps of the race.
Always had decent pace. Well, I should say good pace, rather, this race. And
Neck.
Blake Neck in the meantime. Oh, lost the rear. Those tyres chirping heavily into turns 3 and 4. And he finds the tyre bundle in the grass for good measure, scraping up the left side of the TriStar Racing Mustang. I think he's gotten away with that one apart from heating up the tyres. But just see here, I think it's just a case of, yep, getting it on the downshift and perhaps not enough lip, and locks up the rear tyres as a result. And that car isn't going to stop when its tyres are locked. Maybe a bit of grass.
Yeah, caught the grass on the entry into the chicane too, and that was quite a heavy hit, but it looked like it was pretty much square on for the front left tyre, so might have escaped some suspension damage there. Unfortunately for Blake Neck, it's not going to fix what has turned into not the best race for him. And speaking of the driver that Blake Neck made contact with before, Justin Wallace, he's gone off at turns 8 and 9, but he's gotten back going again. He has fallen down the order, down into 14th, as Blake Neck now has Hayden Harrison for company.
Indeed, but we should look up ahead because Ian Ford's got the move done, under brakes into the final chicane on James Chastanev. That's been coming for a couple of laps. So 5 to go here at the line. Does Ian Ford have anything left in that Evolution Racing Team Commodore to close down on Matt Bowler and get himself a podium position here in the opening round of Super Split 2? I'd say good chance there for Ian Ford. It's just a question of whether those tyres have got anything left for him after a bit of slipping and sliding, and he's 3 laps longer on those tyres than Matthew Bowler at this point in the race for good measure. So going to be a bit of an interesting challenge here, but Ian Ford, an experienced pair of hands in these touring cars. We'll see what he can make of it, because he's got a fair bit of time left to get the job done here, I'd say.
Yeah, Ian Ford is always a factor at the end of races. He's traditionally known for his fuel-saving prowess. He's able to just go laps longer sometimes than many other drivers in fuel-saving races. And he's also, as you said, that experienced pair of hands, knows how these cars work, knows how to get the best out of the tyres while saving them. So we'll have to wait and see if he can continue to get the run there on Matthew Bowler. But we focus a little bit further back. Looks like Blake Neck has dropped Hayden Harrison a little bit, which is good for him. But still with 5 to go, Hayden will be looking for that top 6 finish.
Indeed. And it's going to come down to, I think, who's more consistent to finish this race. I think both these guys, obviously, decent pace, but if we're seeing mistakes out of Blake Neck here to finish this one off, easily gives Harrison a chance. All he needs to do is just be there in distance without being too close in case something does go wrong, and he needs to be able to avoid anything happening ahead of him.
Oh, but Blackburn at the hairpin. He's gone into the gravel trap.
Oh, dear. That's not the kind of race that the analytical race on Oscars have been wanting. That's both of them in the wars for this one here.
I think
Blackburn rejoins.
I think we should take a look at the replay for that, because goodness me, it was quite difficult there for the number 047 or 947 rather. There was a big pack of cars coming into the apex of the hairpin, and Blackburn ended up having to take to the grass. It was quite dramatic.
Goodness me, indeed. I've just seen that for myself. So fingers crossed we can get that for you there, and indeed we will. Very much thanks to Scott Fontaine on production for that one here. As you can see here, bunched up behind, I think, the 717 there would be David Kinnaman for Pursuit Sim Racing. And several cars side by side, and Blackburn just late on the brakes. And, well, when you're braking in the grass, the car certainly doesn't want to stop. And the gravel doesn't pull the car up either, so it's a trip all the way to the tyre bundle, deep past the hairpin there at turn 10. And gets it out fairly easily, thankfully, but that's a fair bit of time and places lost for Blackburn And unfortunately, now down in 28th at the line there with 4 to go here, Reese.
Dramas also for Riley Bilson in the 055 for the simrigs.com DPR team. He's had to go into the pits for a second time and he's been stopped for a minute now. So I think he's had a big incident out on track and gathered some very large damage. Well, up the front, this is the battle for 6th, which continues. Blake Neck holding off Hayden Harrison and Sean McNamara. And Neck might be carrying some minor damage from that incident he had at this chicane coming up now. It seems that Harrison and McNamara have the edge on him in terms of pace. What can Blake Neck do to hold these guys off with only 3 laps to go? He's going to have no assistance in front in terms of slipstream, so it's all down to his car positioning.
Indeed, that's going to be the X factor here. Fingers crossed, I think Neck is got the capability to defend, but that car is struggling because he had a good couple of car lengths last time we saw him on screen about a lap ago, and now all of a sudden Hayden Harrison is here at the doorstep, and he's brought Sean McNamara along with him for good measure. So 2.5 laps to go for these guys. That's still plenty of opportunity for anything to go wrong for any of them, but certainly in Blake's case, plenty of chances for Harrison to make the move as he looks to the inside here at Lepingle. Late under brakes. Next got the grass again, though, on the outside. And in fact, they've both run wide. McNamara gets a 2-for-1 deal with absolutely zero work done by him. But unfortunately, I think the cracks are showing here for Blake Neck. That's twice now he's got the outside tyres in the grass under brakes, Reese.
Yeah, that's no good there for Blake Neck. He'll just have to try and consolidate this position from here on out. He's still going to try to fight coming into the final chicane, but Sean McNamara, with the double freebie, is going to try and streak away from these two as they cross the line to begin the penultimate lap of the race. If there's any more incidents in this group, Christopher Ireland, who was one of the first cars to pit, he is going to really get on the back of these guys. Another mistake for Blake Neck. It seems that car is looking more wayward lap by lap, and I get the feeling that he'll have to back off a bit if he wants to actually preserve a finish here.
Could be a little wiggle on the exit of turn 4 with the concrete wall right there to say hello if he got it any more wrong, but thankfully that car did not hit the fence, but it's giving Ireland all of the signs he likes to see. I'm sure he'll be happy with a 9th place finish, but if he can get 8th here in the final dying stages of this race, that'll be even sweeter and it'll be over 10 places gained as a result. We were talking about tyre life. As it turns out in this little pack here, if we start with McNamara and go back to Christopher Ireland there at the rear of shot, turns out McNamara's car is the one with the oldest tyres here. McNamara 15.5 laps into the stint on this set of tyres as Harrison. This time it's his turn to go very deep on the brakes and tagged at the rear by Blake Neck as a result of the different lines. Oh, that's more drama that the TriStar car didn't need and more troubles for the Taipan 096. Meanwhile, behind shot, we might as well have a quick look at this because Ben Rothberg and Josh Drager decided it's a drag race to the final chicane and we've still got 1 lap to go here, Reese.
Yep, 10th place. Almost decided here, and it looks like Drake has the run there, and Rothberg slots ahead into the braking zone, but the battle for 2nd is on. Matthew Bowler, on tyres 2 laps older than Thomas Hinz, has been gobbling up the gap between them. He is now only 5 tenths behind, and considering that he was 4 tenths faster on the previous couple of laps, he could very well be in contention for 2nd here. And if they come together, this guy here, the 115 of Ian Ford, is certainly going to capitalize. Here we go then. Matthew Bowler on the final lap of the race. Will he be able to make it past Thomas Hinz for 2nd place? This is fantastic racing. Benjamin Smith doesn't have to worry about this. He's nearly 8 seconds ahead of these guys. But Matthew Bowler, his main focus is going to potentially be to make this move at the hairpin. I think he might be a little far back to go for the dive. He might have to wait for the back stretch and into the final chicane. No, he's going to have a look here at the hairpin. Doesn't get alongside Hinz in time for the turn in, though. He's going to have to wait. And meanwhile, up front, Benjamin Smith. What a fantastic drive it has been from the number 91. He is going To make his way through the final chicane, he avoided the chaos at turns 1 and 2 and drove a fantastic race from here on out. Benjamin Smith from Highlands, Queensland is going to take the first race win of the 2022 Scops season in Super Split 2. He gets into the main game. Thomas Hinds, meanwhile, is going to hold off Matthew Bowler for third place. They fought all the way to the end. Fantastic battling at the front.
Indeed. Ian Ford coming home fourth, and it's going to be James Chastanoff to round out the top 5. Meanwhile, pardon me, Sean McNamara is going to bring it home 6th ahead of Blake Neck. Christopher Ireland has come home there in 8th. Fight here almost, but Josh Drake able to take that 10th position finish as cars continue to finish their way across the line. I see a couple of side-by-side in the back of the field. Fishy Motorsports teammates with Jamie Dyke and Blake Delaney and Michael Whiting for good measure. Getting a little bit excited there at the final chicane, but all making their way through there to take the checkered flag. And our last couple of cars coming across the line now with the top 24 having taken the flag. But drivers like Luke Mitchelson ruining that race that could have been, along with Tyler Blackburn as well. Rob Carmichael for Pursuit Sim Racing in his debut for Pursuit Sim Racing in V8SCOPS at least. Probably not too happy with the way that one turned out. With a minus 18 on that race. And you can see there the teal and black 124 Pursuit car. Definitely sporting plenty of damage from the opening of this race here, Reese.
Yes, and a bit of drama for Matty Jones right at the end. It looks like he's run out of fuel. He's crawling across the line and manages to make it home in 33rd place. Big shame there for Matty. But with that all said and done, we will go through our unofficial race results. Benjamin Smith taking victory in Super Split 2. He will slip into the main game in Split 1 coming up very shortly. Thomas Hinds holds off Matthew Bowler by 4/10 to take second place. Ian Ford and James Chastanoff will round out your top 5. 18 positions gained for James Chastanoff. That's fantastic to see. Sean McNamara will finish ahead of Blake Neck, who had plenty of issues in the second half of the race. Christopher Ireland and Hayden Harrison 8th and 9th. But Josh Drake with equal most positions gained in the field with Jamie Mcknight. 20 places up will round out the top 10.
Fantastic driving from Josh and Jamie, as we see here on screen. But looking to 11th place there, it's Ben Rothberg. Solid gains for him, but not able to quite hang on to a top 10 finish with Ben Christensen on behind him in 12th. Cameron Jones brings it home 13th ahead of Justin Wallace there. Wallace obviously probably ruining that one there after the incidents involving him. Matt Thompson, another strong gainer, up plus 17 to 15th place. Ahead of Jamie Dyke, Blake Delaney and Michael Whiting, the Fishy trio. Bit of movement there from those boys. Mostly positive for them. As we said there, Jamie Mcknight plus 20 spots up to 19th. So in doing a fantastic job to improve his finishing position, with Simon Vella rounding out the top 20 and another big mover up 17 spots there, Reese.
Indeed, 19 places gained for Timothy Hancock. He'll finish 21st. Brewster Carvalho coming home behind him, only by 2/10 at the end. David Kinmond will come home just ahead of our pole sitter, Damian Johnstone. What a horrible night it was for the 033. Led into turn 1, but got turned around into turn 2. Luke Mitchelson will come home in 25th place. Tyler Blackburn just behind him there in 26th. David Kirby finishes a few more seconds behind in 27th. Rob Carmichael, Brendan Nitschke, and Sean Linsell will round out the top 30.
Indeed there. Bradley Sanders coming home in 31st, and unfortunately not the race he would have wanted, down 22 spots. Carl Stokes, bit of a struggle for him there in the Triple Eight Commodore. He'll come home in 32nd. We said there, Matty Jones bringing that car across the line in 33rd and quite possibly out of fuel, with Michael Angus, our 34th and final driver, to take the lead lap. Checkered flag, leaving us with Rick Sebra 1 lap down in 35th, Troy Maguire 2 laps down in 36th, and then retirements from Riley Bilson, Zach Ski, Colin Warwick, and Bradley Vaughan there to round out our 40 drivers in Super Split 2 here for Montreal race.
Indeed, and we are joined in the interview waiting room by our winner, Benjamin Smith. Congratulations, Ben. What a fantastic race it was for you, but there was certainly plenty of drama at the start that you just managed to squeeze through.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It was a good race, especially after what the lead build-up to the race involved. Yeah, the heavens just opened up coming through there. Just managed to pick that gap and just give it some and get it straight through.
Looking like you pitted a bit early compared to everyone else. What was the thinking behind your strategy there?
Oh, I didn't think tyre wear was too bad. The tyre drop off wasn't overly massive after the first 5 laps. I'd keep the pace. I was actually going to go longer, but I thought get fresh tyres and just cut any chance of an undercut.
Well, it certainly worked out for you, finishing 7 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, and you get to go into the main game tonight. That's certainly going to be a good points haul for you from tonight's racing, and Super Split 2 obviously bringing some good preparation for the 250k race we're having coming up.
Yeah, I personally won't be taking part of that. I'll be spending some time with the daughter, making sure she's all right and everything. So, but yeah, it was a great race. Got to thank Justin for holding the pack up for me. For him, it's just as much as his win as it is mine. So,
well, I'm sure that you have a few more people to thank before we let you go, Benjamin Smith.
yeah, I'd like to thank ICT Marketing. They've come on board after Ian has decided to eventually shut up shop. I thank Ian for his time with Harvey Bay Autoglass. He's been a real great sponsor for us for the last 5 years. But yeah, ICT and Analytical. I just want to thank them, and definitely the Justin for being my back marker, my rear gunner.
Of course. Benjamin Smith for Race on Oz, taking the win in Split 2. Our congratulations go to him once again. But we will step aside very briefly here on SimSpeed TV. You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8 Sim Community Online Premier Series presented by 2Easy Finance. We'll be going racing for the Montreal 250 very soon. Qualifying and the race for Split 1 coming up.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's going with the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God. Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go.
Oh no.
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
Hey everyone, the USF 2000 is a blast to drive now, and here's your chance to learn it quickly. From my tutorial, VRS created a free bonus track guide for the Laguna Seca circuit, where you can learn exactly what I do in every corner to improve your lap times and get faster on track. You'll learn how to easily recognize brake markers, you'll find out which curves to attack and which ones to avoid, you'll know when to use the full track and when a sequence of corners requires a compromise. And you'll learn how hard to brake and when to lift. The VRS quick reference track maps are available free to download and delivered each week to your inbox. The entire Global MX5 series is available, as well as bonus maps like this one and many more. So if you're a new racer, or a veteran, or just anyone who wants to learn how to get faster sooner, the VRS track guides are for you. Just hit the link or button on screen and get yours today.
Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Alla, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today.
Yeah, so we're using the VRS Direct Force Pro this year. We have a wheel adapter right here, so I'm using the rim I used last year, but the motor right here produces a lot of power, a lot of precision, and it helps me, just feel the car more, feel the car a lot quicker, especially, this week we're at Sonoma. I can feel it, when it hits the curbs, any little change in the car, the wheel reacts a lot quicker than your typical gear-driven or belt-driven wheel. For example, if you're on oval and the rear tires break loose, force feedback on it corrects a lot quicker than your typical wheels. There's no resistance pretty much as far as being able to make quick corrections on the wheel. So all that, paired with how precise the wheel itself is, it makes it to where it helps you as a driver, to find that extra hundredth or thousandths of a second. So when you're getting a direct drive wheel, especially the VRS wheel, it's heavy duty. It's got good weight to it, it's not a plastic toy. It feels like you can really beat up on it. A lot of people have issues with their plastic gear-driven wheels just kind of breaking after a couple years. This thing just feels like it can go forever. The forces are really strong where if you might have to let go of the wheel if you get into the wall. You can adjust all that with the settings on it and stuff, but the wheel itself doesn't play around. It's got way more strength than you could ever need, and that's what makes it good, that you can adjust that down to whatever the car needs. So initially you'll be able to get the controller box and the motor together, and eventually you will be able to add a rim onto that option. They'll also be including a button plate on it to put on the rim to have all sorts of different buttons and functionality. Also, pedals are coming, so that's a pretty big deal as well. Hasn't been covered too much, but the goal is to also have pedals to go along with the Direct Force Pro. So that's pretty exciting. The wheel feels good. It feels very much like a real world steering wheel. You just kind of feel like what you would imagine the car to feel like. A real steering wheel in a car is very smooth, it's very direct, very quick, and that's what this wheel feels like.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rid of the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my god! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS Round 1 of the Montreal 250 presented by Too Easy Finance. What a brilliant night of racing we've had so far. Split 2 was certainly a difficult one for many drivers, but now we move on to the main game, Split 1, for 250 kilometers of racing. around the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Plenty to talk about in the lead up to this race. Once again, I'm Reese Gardner. It's Dan Yeaman alongside me in the commentary box. And I think if Split 2 was anything to go by, Dan, Split 1, we might see some dramas on lap 1 once again.
You called it before the beginning of the Split 2 race, Reese, and we saw it immediately at turns 1 and 2 with our front row coming together of all people. And the result of that then causing a chain reaction, which then absolutely decimated the entirety of the Split 2 field. So very much, yes, I would expect that if things don't go to plan for anyone in this field here off the start of the race, more carnage is very much highly likely. Of course, we all cross our fingers and hope that is not the case and that everyone can get underway without dramas, but the precedent is most certainly there tonight, let alone the general history around this circuit race.
Yes, indeed. Montreal has always been one for big incidents at the start of the race. Well, we're gearing up for the qualifying session, and as we take a look at the track once again for this round, qualifying, we're going back to the split format for this round, Dan. It's a 35-minute session. The first 15 minutes will be for the bottom 20 drivers in pre-qualifying. Then after that 5-minute break, we're going to have 15 minutes for the top 20 drivers in pre-qualifying. And it certainly gives drivers a bit more time to suss out a lap time around this circuit, especially in that first sector. You can see from the Virage Center all the way up to turns 6 and 7. If you come up on a driver on an out lap when you're on a hot lap, there's no way of getting by them cleanly.
Indeed, yes. A very technical opening sector that requires a huge amount of flow and ensuring you're in exactly the right place with a car that's as heavy and delicate to maneuver as these cars with 1.5 tons and over 600 brake horsepower under your right foot. It's a combination that has to be managed with extreme precision when you're going to try and take mid-speed corners such as we see all through that first sector indeed. So yes, any drivers on an outlap are going to have to be very, very careful to be watching their relative boxes and rearview mirrors to make sure that any drivers on a flying lap aren't being held up here, as race control will be watching on for anything there and may get involved if they feel that there is a reason to get involved. So we'll find out how that goes with just over 3 minutes remaining until qualifying begins. Not too far away before we see that first group out on track.
Not far away at all. And if we can cast our minds a little further forward, the strategy for tonight, it's the 250-kilometre race format, which is the standard round for V8SCOPS, and that carries with it 2 compulsory pit stops. It's a 58-lap race we're going to be going for tonight, and the pit window is open between the end of lap 2 and the end of lap 56. And the thing that the drivers are going to have to be looking out for is how to split those 3 stints. You can go for 2 short ones at the start and a long one to go to the end, and you can mix those up any way you like. You can even go for even splits. But with the ever-present threat of safety cars, the drivers are going to have to fiddle around with their strategy a little bit. The basic point is the critical lap is lap 29, bang on halfway through. There's no fuel tank restriction here, so you can make 29 laps on a full tank.
And indeed, that is quite a good bit of flexibility there. I would suggest that if we see an early safety car, that the majority of the field would expect to see them serve one of their 2 compulsory stops tonight straight away as a result. But indeed, it is all up in the air for now, and we have to wait and see how they play things out. Just watching some of the practice times currently going on my screen at the very least, and it's no surprise to me at the moment to see that our driver who led pre-qualifying has set the benchmark at the front of the field, but it's not a massive gap to P2. As we just come here to the end of the practice session, and much thanks to Scott Fontaine of production for throwing up the timings out here. As you can see, it's Jared Filsel in the number 94 for Synergy Sim Racing Boost Mobile Racing. I believe the team name actually technically is SSR Boost Mobile Racing. My apologies there, but a 135.2 from Jared is good pace, but it's actually not all that far ahead of P2. And as you can see, the gaps in between everyone are incredible. 16 cars not a single tenth splitting any one of those two.
That's crazy. And Scops has always been big for competitiveness and close times, but that's just on a different level. It's amazing how consistent all of these drivers are with each other. So I'm looking forward to seeing how qualifying works out. Again, with those tighter incidents around the track, taking a bit too much curb in those chicanes will invalidate a lap, so there's potential for the grid to be mixed up a little as we enter the final 20 seconds of practice. Hopefully the drivers are well and prepped for qualifying, and I don't want to count my chickens too early, but I would say that Jared Filsel is one of the favourites for pole position, going P1 in pre-qualifying, and a 3-time champion of this series. Statistically, he's the most successful driver in Scops history, and coming back once again for the start of the season. Checkered flag flies in practice, and we will go through into qualifying. As we mentioned, it's the bottom 20 drivers in Split 1 who will start off this qualifying session. So we'll have 20 cars out on track here for the first 15 minutes.
Indeed. Now, as we just wait for those drivers to spawn in, no escape rule in effect as instructed by race control, and away they all go. You see the cars file out onto the circuit. Now, first car off the lane is going to be Emily Jones in the number 51 there. So, I believe it is indeed, yes, a new paint for this year with the Veloce Esports branding on the side of that car. Emily, a successful driver across multiple categories, so a new partnership for her this season. Good to see it back, though, in Scops once again, Reese.
Yeah, very successful is Emily Jones. She is a streamer, Emery, on Twitch, and she has just come from the Porsche Esports Super Cup All-Star race, which was won by Jimmy Broadbent, and she certainly had a lot of fun in that series, but Scops is one of her main focuses. It'll be interesting to see what kind of results she can get. She's been knocking on the door for a podium from time to time. Best finish of 5th, I believe, so there's definitely some good chances here for Emily to get one up there at this first round of the season at Montreal, but no surprise to see that she is leading the queue of cars gearing up for hot laps. Traditionally, Emily is one of the first cars out of pit lane. She likes to get her laps in early.
And indeed, whilst the draft might be very handy down that back stretch, it's also rather valuable to be able to know that you've got completely clear track ahead of you. At the very least, half a lap of clear track will do quite nicely, I wager. As through the final chicane there, just up to the wall champions, but not touching it there is Jones. We get the lap underway here in the 51 ZB Commodore. Into turn 1, opens up quite nicely under brakes, and just over that apex curb, but possibly a little wide, but seems to have that one under control through turn 2 as we exit and get this lap underway here, Reese.
Yeah, let's take a tour around the circuit. Gilles Villeneuve, she was tied out of turn 2. Got to brake as late as you can and use the rearward brake bias to swing the rear around into this chicane. You've got to have a pointy car around this circuit. Just breathing off the throttle through the sweeper and then braking hard again for the second chicane. Be careful not to take too much curb on the left there. Jones doing very nicely on this hot lap so far. Then onto the back stretch. This is a chance for the driver to rest, just go up through the gears and prepare for this chicane here. This is one of the places where you can very easily pick up an off track now, and Emily seems to have kept it on the red and white curbs perfectly. Maybe a little bit of a wiggle out of the chicane, but then down to the heaviest braking zone on the track, the hairpin at Le Bangla, all the way down to first gear, and just kissing the curb on the inside, widens out the exit as much as possible to get on the throttle sooner, and that will result in some nice momentum here down the back stretch. There's a little bit of a bend in the back stretch here, which can certainly cause some dramas if you're running 3 wide, but of course here in qualifying, Jones out on track all on her own, and coming into the final chicane now. Let's see how much of these curbs she leaps over. Definitely got that sorted. We'll see if she's picked up any off tracks on that lap, if this ends up being a valid lap indeed. First time on the board is going to be a 1 minute 35.93, but immediately Ryan O'Sullivan goes a 10th faster. Kobe Jones will slot into 3rd, 1 minute 35.974. Jack Boyd, Glenn Postlethwaite and Reece Keane round out the 6 cars so far that have set times. But Brenton Hobson and Lee Ellis immediately putting themselves in the middle of all of that, with Sebastian Flock also going to P7.
A lot of drivers slotting in around that 135.9 to 136.0 range. Ryan O'Sullivan, the standout at the front there for the first flying lap so far, with Adam Briggs, though, slotting himself into provisional P2 on a 135.81. So, and then my other drivers like Marcelo Rivera coming through to slot in right behind Emily Jones and split for what it's worth all of 400ths between Jones and Kobe Jones, with a 135.96 for Rivera. And once again, just as we saw in practice, a couple of cars, a little bit of an outlier down towards the back and at the moment, but a lot of drivers grouping up all within at most 0.3 of each other here at the moment.
Well, the 4 drivers yet to set a time: Blake Purdy, Andrew Dyson, Brad Ratu and Dylan O'Shea. It looks like the first 3 of those, Purdy, Dyson and Ratu, abandoning their first qualifying runs. They pulled back into the pits. The no escape rule is also active in qualifying. Once you set a lap time, you have to complete your in-lap back to the pits and escape once you've entered the garage. We'll see it demonstrated here by the number 74 of Ryan O'Sullivan. Just bringing it on into pit lane, and it's just like real life. You've got to pull back into your garage spot, and that is when you'll be able to get back out onto the racetrack.
It's good to see the continuing attempts to maintain authenticity with real-world racing here, and make the drivers bring the cars back all the way to their pit boxes. They do obviously still get the advantage of being able to reset their cars as if they're still virtual, but that is one of the things that is handy for things like qualifying sessions, and allows the drivers to skip past the process of refueling and taking fresh tyres for what it's worth, call it about 10 seconds of time saved, and get back out there and go for another run here, Reese.
Yeah, Andrew Dyson is going to have to do that because he has gone back to the pits, I think, for the second time. Seems that a few drivers having issues getting lap times on the board, maybe going a bit too far beyond the red and white curbs in those areas where the new off-track limits are influenced. But we have the majority of our field back out onto the racetrack. The top 16 definitely out there at the moment. Adam Briggs coming to the end of pit lane, but we do have Emily Jones out there on track. We've also got Lee Ellis going for another run, and Ellis joining Emery out on track there. Emily is driving under the Veloce Esports banner, but in an Australian racing sense, she is aligned with Trans-Tasman Racing. So a little bit of extra help from those guys certainly won't go amiss.
Indeed, plenty of a couple of drivers here in this field will be within some technical partnerships and alliances when the liveries don't quite necessarily indicate that, but it's, I guess, a testament to the strong bonds and relationships in the community that exists here within the iRacing group. Whilst, of course, that does mean that the community at large, there may be certainly drivers who have their particular friends and acquaintances above others. Certainly still, for the most part, some good and positive relationships built across. And yeah, as even though drivers continue to try and reach out into the wider world and pick up things beyond local teams, able to continue to work with teams like, as I said, Trans-Tasman Racing, obviously a big name here in V8SCOPS, and making itself known in other events. For example, Apex Hunters United Endurance yesterday, where in fact Madison Down and Emily Jones both actually raced and took a class win. And so, for example, someone like Emily Jones, has been a very busy weekend of sim racing across a variety of different car disciplines, all here on the iRacing platform.
Well, Lee Ellis here is going to be looking to improve on a lap time. He's currently 14th overall, 1 minute 36.409. If he wants to make up positions, he doesn't have to do much, as, my goodness, Blake Purdy has just set a lap time and gone to provisional pole position. Blake Purdy is a driver who'll be looking to repeat his feat last year. He finished on the podium in the first round of 2021 at this very track. He didn't quite do as well in pre-qualifying as many would have expected, but seems he's wasting no time trying to put his influence there on the front of the field, 400ths ahead of Ryan O'Sullivan as things stand.
Indeed, there you mentioned the gap of just 4 100ths being all that it took to get the provisional pole. But yes, indeed, perhaps yes, a little bit off the pace, but maybe trying to keep something a little bit at bay for the qualifying session tonight, or maybe even just making sure to focus on dialing in the race setup and ensuring that the car felt good over the long run, but clearly also got that one lap pace worked into it though. Ryan O'Sullivan comes across the line. Unfortunately, no improvement for him this time by, so we have to try and get out one more time here and go again. So not quite the way he wanted that one to go. Meanwhile, another one of the Evolution Racing Team cars, Marcelo Rivera, unfortunately has to bail on that lap and opts for a slightly dodgy pit entry there. We'll see if anyone particularly makes a note of that one there, but I think he might just get away with that one there, given he pulled in before the wall there, Reese, but we'll see. Meanwhile, drivers coming out of the pits include Brenton Hobson and Sebastian Flock there in the 88 and 84. So they're just waiting to ensure that they're clear of any traffic on a lap at the moment, which would include, I believe, Jack Boyd maybe. Going by my timing, he might be on a lap currently, but I might also be terribly confused at this stage. All of them look like they're pacing around at similar speeds here, and on an out lap for them all it would be in that case, I think.
Yes, Emily Jones did go for one hot lap, but...
Oh, hello.
Oh, wow, hello. Richard Hampstead. He's just gone to the top there in the number 28 Trans-Tasman entry. Richard Hampstead was the technical first SCOPS champion. He won the test season that was run in 2014. Slightly shorter than the championship we run now, but certainly a driver with many race wins under his belt, and he shadowed Madison down for the driver's title last season. It was very competitive between the Trans-Tasman squad up at the top, and Hampstead's going to bring that one to the pits. I would say pretty satisfied with the time that he's set so far. A 10th ahead of Blake Purdy, who has just improved his time, 1:35.753 now for the pursuit number 48.
Actually, pardon me, he's still sitting on that 35.7 as his best lap here in the session. To minor correction there, racing. Currently, it looks like he's heading around to set up for a second run here. So, fingers crossed, we'll see a chance for him to improve here. Running out of time, though, to be able to do anything much more than this one final run. And tries to get the 72 of Adam Briggs to pass by, but that's going to be a no dice. So, they both head around the hairpin. Wide of the normal racing line there. Apologies, I was just actually double checking. I think I must have. Indeed, Blake Purdy only still one lap in qualifying, but for a second there I was actually looking at his practice time. So, second run for both of these drivers here currently. 1:35.8 for Adam Briggs, looking to improve. In saying that, he's not that far off of the provisional podium. Blake Purdy up all over the curbs there. Hopefully that wasn't a slowdown, but maybe willing to take an off track there to try and get the best run he can. See how the run turns out for both of these guys here as they start their next flying laps.
Adam Briggs has done very well, actually, as Blake Purdy, it seems, running off at turn 2. He does pull off the circuit, it seems, and let Adam Briggs go. So no improvement for Blake Purdy this time around. We'll see what happens for Adam Briggs. And I do apologise for that slight error early on regarding Blake Purdy's lap time setting, as Briggs just kissing the wall on the inside of the sweeper. That is going to invalidate the lap. That will get you a 0x. Of course, it doesn't count for incident points, but it still registers as an incident, which means that lap time will now be invalidated for the DPR driver. Actually now driving for Synergy simracing, formerly of DPR, is Adam Briggs.
Indeed, a bit of roster shuffling happening over the off-season with familiar names long established with their previous teams making the shifts around, and in particular Synergy simracing, as we will see tonight, making up quite a substantial acquisition of drivers from primarily United Sim Sports, but also a couple other teams such as DPR in the case of Adam Briggs, as we just saw there on screen. So a healthy representation from the Synergy crew. I believe tonight they were looking at just around 10 odd drivers looking to participate in this top split race tonight. And we could expect more possibly as the season goes on. As we see here, Andrew Dyson in the number 41 for the Another one of the simracing.com DPR cars getting all kinds of loose out of turn 7. That almost certainly hasn't validated any efforts at making this one a faster qualifying lap for him here. Currently riding 5th, and it looks like another wiggle there out of turn number 9 for good measure, Reese.
Yes, nice updated livery for the DPR drivers. You see that they've added more black to the livery and a little extra red as well. Excellent stuff to see. But they are without Adam Briggs now, one of their prime drivers. Andrew Dyson, though, certainly no stranger to success in V8SCOPS. He is a Split 2 winner a couple of times, and he managed to get well into the top 10 in the championship standings, both in 2020 and 2021. But this is going to be bringing it into the pits for the number 41, and certainly testing the limits of the rear grip out of the hairpin. We do have a few more drivers on track at the moment. It looks like Emily Jones, Kobe Jones, Glenn Postlethwaite and Reese Keane all out there at the moment trying to improve on their times, and this will be the last opportunity that Emily Jones has, because we're coming up to the 20-minute mark. That marks the end of the first half of the qualifying session. If you're on a hot lap when the timer runs out, you can finish it, but then there's a 5-minute break, and then the top 20 drivers from pre-qualifying go out. So let's see if Emily Jones can advance herself back up the field. Certainly Brett Loxton has. He's just gone to 10th place on a 1-minute 35.981. Bradley Ratu also improves to 16th as things stand.
Just seeing there, Loxton was the last car across the line before the checkered flag was called, but using that to put in the lap just there before checkered flag flies. So that is Loxton's session done, given that the tyres will almost certainly not have anything more to give him, meaning one of the last cars I think that will be on a flying lap. We might want to jump up to Emily Jones in the 51, as I believe Emily will be one of the next drivers to come across the line to try and improve their time. As the cars ahead pull into the pit lane. Looks like a normal braking marker there from Emily still. Yes, indeed. Through the final chicane for the 51. A little bit of a wiggle on exit, but looks all right. Can Emily improve on a 135.9? Backs off before the line, though, so that's going to be a no. Not today. Provisionally, 7th place then for the 51. We have a couple more cars out on track, but it looks like they're all coming down into the lane, so I believe we're just about out of options when it comes to drivers looking to improve. So just waiting now for everyone to bring it down to the lane, and we can, I guess, call the first half of qualifying complete and prepare ourselves for the top half of the field to come out and set their qualifying runs here.
Well, Richard Hampstead setting the pace so far. 1-minute 36.653, a full 10th ahead of Pursuit Sim Racing's Blake Purdy. Ryan O'Sullivan in 3rd, Briggs and Dyson round out your top 5. We got Sebastian Flock provisionally 6th. Emily Jones, unfortunately not able to improve on her initial lap time. She'll have to settle for at least 7th place. Marcelo Rivera in 8th. Then we got Kobe Jones and Brett Loxton rounding out the top 10 so far. Now, Richard Hampstead with that 35.6, wondering if the top half of the field are going to properly challenge him for that. Richard Hampstead didn't have the best run in pre-qualifying. He was outside the top 20 in terms of times. But Hampstead is often known as a driver who doesn't put all of the effort into going as fast as possible in pre-qualifying. As long as he gets into the field, he's usually golden. So let's see if that pace up the top is indicative of where he will start. Remember, Jared Filsel still has yet to go out on track, and we know how good Filsel is on one lap.
Indeed. Pre-qualifying times are certainly going to be valuable here, as the safety cars are out on track to prepare for the second half of the session. The number 42 driven by Ben Christensen, and the car 01 piloted by Nick Parker. As we can see them there out on track. The Virtual Racing School and Logitech G safety cars doing the processional clearance of the circuit. As good to see the as much as it might be a little bit extra for a sim racing series, if you're going to be a bit of a stickler about it. Great way to be able to try and continue to provide a level of authenticity akin to what we get to see in real life motorsport as they come round to the hairpin. And we get ready here in about a minute's time to send out the top half of the field for them to run their 15 minutes of qualifying.
I'd say that the safety cars going around the circuit is also a great way to thank our series sponsors. Virtual Racing School, of course, on board for the V8SCOPS main game, but Logitech G recently coming on as title sponsor of the support series that are run on Friday and sometimes Saturday nights before the V8SCOPS main game on Sunday. Thanks very much for your support, guys. We certainly appreciate it here in V8SCOPS. Awesome to see these companies getting involved with such a fantastic sim racing series. Some of the best drivers in Australia and New Zealand competing in this championship. Well, under 30 seconds to go now before the administrators will deem the second half of qualifying open, and we'll probably see a few of them go towards the end of pit lane in preparation for those 15 minutes to start. But it doesn't look like anyone is actually doing that at the moment. I think they're just waiting for the green flag and then they'll pull out of their pit boxes. I wonder who's going to lead the queue this time round.
Well, Madison Down looks like that he's got the front pit box here. And indeed, there goes the green flag signal from race control. And it is indeed going to be Madison Down, I believe, off the front of the pit lane to be the first car out on track. So, chance for a defending series champion to put clean track to good use. He's followed out of the lane by Brad Ryan in the number 96 for Evolution Racing Team. And just in behind them, 777. Michael Teliancic back out on track and in the main game. So good to see Mike T up and setting a solid pre-qualifying time. Hopefully for him here, he'll be able to convert that into a good starting position for this race tonight.
Michael Taliancic is the leader/manager of Pursuit Sim Racing, and he's already seen his cars get good results tonight in Split 2 with Matthew Bowler. Now he'll be looking to put that green machine as far up the grid as possible. Also has quite a few very talented drivers with him here, namely Andrew Gilliam and Job Stewart, 201 and the 35. Both of those drivers have had plenty good runs over the past. Andrew Gilliam taking a couple of SCOPS victories to his name as well, but Job Stewart with a fantastic run in pre-qualifying will be looking to work his way forward, but that's not going to happen just yet with a bit of contact on the outlap. This is a little awkward as people try to sort their way through. That was Wayne Burke who gave Job Stewart a very slight tap through the hairpin, but it looks like there's going to be plenty of space given to these drivers. Andrew Gilliam, interesting to note, he has switched to the Holden Commodore for this season. We've usually seen him in a Ford Mustang, but it looks like Job Stewart will be giving his teammate a draft here as the first hot laps of the second half of qualifying begin. Once again, it is Madison Down leading the way at the front of this queue.
Indeed, keep our eyes here on the number 35, Job Stewart. Was the second best driver in practice, but unfortunately he's deep into turn 2. That lap is cooked, and he'll have to make sure he steps out of the way as these drivers continue on through. And so that teammates all, going to be talking about teammates in Andrew Gilliam and Bailey Friddy in that train there, but just almost trips up Jordan Ross there in the 143 from Synergy Sim Racing, but I believe that was a case of no harm, no foul that time around, thankfully, as we ride here, or watch here now, Jordan Ross on board now with the 143 Synergy Mustang down to turns 8 and 9 here on his first flying lap. See here, line obviously nice and wide on entry and just kissing the curb with the inside tyres there. That's what he needs. But keeping a healthy gap to Bailey Fridd ahead there in the purple machine. Number 5 purple machine, that is, for another one of the pursuit cars here tonight. But Job Stewart was just behind Jordan Ross still, so Jordan can't really afford to back off all of a sudden, I would dare say at this stage. But down the back straight here for the first time. All looks nice and orderly as the first car's come on slide. Madison Down has gone into the pits, so it's Mike Taliancic, the first one to take the line, and it's a 136.1 for him as Job Stewart dives into the pit lane from right behind Jordan Ross. And here come the times. And in fact, Jared Filsel is quick, but he's not the quickest out here tonight on the first flyer. It's going to be Jake Burton, who's going to eclipse him by all of 200ths of a second, might I add. But nevertheless, just edging ahead here in the first run of flying laps.
Richard Hampstead demoted to 5th now. Jake Burton, Jared Filsel, Brady Myers, and Josh Anderson are your top 4. And of course, Jake Burton was aligned with Trans-Tasman Racing for a very long time, but I think still keeping up some form of technical partnership with those guys. Jared Filsel, also a former Trans-Tasman Racing driver. He initially drove for ANZ Motorsports, then moved to TTR, then to United Sim Sports, and now that United has been absorbed into Synergy Sim Racing, as you mentioned before, Dan, he's certainly helping that team towards the top of the field. But Brady Myers and Josh Anderson, they are 2 drivers that will be looking for big improvements this season. Anderson, one of a few drivers to take their debut SCOPS victory last season. So Anderson certainly doing well here right at the start of the 2022 season. He'll bring that one in the number 36. Filsel very close behind along with Jake Burton, and they'll be gearing up for their final runs pretty shortly.
They're just under 10 minutes on the clock, so they might be able to squeak out 2 more qualifying runs if they feel the need, or so choose to maximize the options available to them. As you can see, nearly the entire field brings it down onto the lane in sequence. One of the cars still out there is number 1 of Madison down after a mistake surely on that first attempt. So out of sequence with the rest of the field, here comes Madison. What's his first lap time going to be? Still
valid.
Nothing, unfortunately. So another mistake from Madison down, which is unexpected to see. So talk about the clock starting to tick down here for a driver we would expect to see well up in the front half of the field. Maybe not the absolute fastest in qualifying all the time, Madison, but a solid racer who very much earned the championship title last year through consistency and good results week round in, round out there, Reese.
Yes, it's uncharacteristic, I think, to see Madison down falling afoul of the off-track 1X, the dreaded incident, and not setting a time so far. He's hopefully going to be able to get one in before the end of the session, but we have drivers here trying to negotiate each other as they try and sort themselves out on their next run of outlaps. Talking about other drivers that have put themselves into the top 10, Ethan Griggold in 6th place for Evolution Racing Team. The Eggman is certainly a driver you want to watch out for. He was very close with Jared Filsel for the championship in 2018, I believe. Oh dear. A little bit of a traffic jam here at the hairpin. Griggold having to go wide there as he gears up for his next hot lap. Trans-Tasman Racing's Jake Maloney in the number 29 has also managed to put himself into the top 10. Bailey Frid for Pursuit Sim Racing up to 11th in the number 5, and Jordan Ross could manage 12th in the end. He's only 1,000th behind Bailey Frid though, so this next run of hot laps could prove very crucial for those positions just outside the top 10.
Indeed, the gaps are still tiny up and down the field. Just looking at the intervals there, the biggest margin in the top 15 is a 10th and a half. We'll make that a 12, well, it's a 1200ths? Yeah, sorry, 1200ths as Job Stewart slots into position number 4 there, displacing Josh Anderson and all those below him. Down another spot, so means that Richard Hampstead, our fastest driver in the first half of the qualifying session, is still in P6. So clearly showing that while the pole time is now a 35.3, still very much not a lot in terms of a time to be found out there, at least apart from a couple of gaps there over a 10th. Everything else is absolute hundredths, if not thousandths of a second at the moment, Reese.
So close these times as we ride on board through the chicane. Just seeing in the last couple of moments, Rainer Costello in the number 56 going to P17. Good stuff there for Rainer. I believe he's making his top split debut here in V8SCOPS. and exactly the same position that he set in pre-qualifying. Not a bad run at all, but it looks like Ethan Griggolt, now coming up to the end of a hot lap, Madison Down has brought it into the pits once more, still with no time on the board for the reigning series champion. That's going to be significant. He's got the clock working against him, but Jake Burton, Ethan Griggolt, and Brady Myers all come to the line. We've got drivers going into the pits just ahead of them. Ethan Griggolt, looks like Burton improving a little bit there to a 3:59. No, potentially not. Ethan Griggolt, though, does improve to third place, ends up getting above Brady Myers and Job Stewart.
Good improvements there. There we go. The displacement has happened, and it's by our biggest gap yet inside the top of the field. Andrew Gilliam in the 201 for Pursuit Sim Racing brings us down into the 35.1s there. So an excellent lap with 5.5 minutes to go in the session. That's just the kind of confidence boost I think he'd need after, had a good lap on the board already. Actually, pardon me, he had not got a lap in yet so far in qualifying. So in terms of first flying laps that count for the session, that's about, well, it's the best we've seen yet. And it's come at a pretty good time here, raising the bar quite a bit over the rest of the field here, Reese.
Andrew Gilliam is one of those drivers who's almost always a factor for pole position in SCOPS events. He came in leaps and bounds over the last couple of years and has certainly cemented his place at the front of the field in this series. What can Madison Down do to upset the apple cart up at the front of the field? It will be interesting to see what the reigning champion can do. He is back out on the racetrack and hoping to high heaven that he'll be able to get that crucial run in. He's joined just behind by Josh Anderson, who has been demoted to 8th with all of the lap times coming in so far. Still a good opening run there for the Trans-Tasman number 36, but the Trans-Tasman number 1 will gear up for a hot lap here, and we should keep our eye on Madison Down because there's only 4 minutes left in the session, and he has failed to set a representative lap time so far. Shaky start to the SCOPS season for Madison Down, but let's see if this lap works out for him then. Across the line to begin, what he'll be hoping is his vital hot lap.
And thankfully for him, only 3 cars ahead on track on the current lap, so tons of clean air for him. It does mean maybe lacking a little bit of draft and down that back straight, but I think at this point Madison needs clear air more than anything. And the question is he pushing the limits and finding the walls, or is he pushing the limits and finding the 1Xs for the curbs? Since, as you mentioned, either will be, well, the 0X is all that's required here if he gets a wall scrape to invalidate any qualifying laps. So is it a case of just, yes, overdriving it on a corner exit, or are we overdriving it on a corner entry or mid-corner phase, I wonder?
We'll find out at this chicane. Looks legal from my perspective there. Nice clean run through the chicane for Madison Down, but it's that final chicane that is the real deal breaker. It's very easy to take too much of those white curbs in there, and these drivers will have been very used to being able to vault over those curbs in previous years of SCOPS racing. But now just a couple of turns to go here for car number 1. Looks like pretty good pace down the back stretch. Now, how late will he decide to brake for this chicane? Will he nail the line through it? He enters the corner complex and, yep, stays off those curbs for the most part. So this might be a good lap time here for Madison Down. Coming across the line, we'll see what he can do. Will it be pole position? 35.548. It's only 6th place for Madison Down. That's still pretty good considering how close the field is, but it's a starting position that Down will not be too familiar with.
Yes, but nevertheless, as you said, that's a time on the board now, and he has just enough time, I believe, to come in here, and he might be able to fire one out. Actually, no, pardon me, that won't be possible. My apologies. Well, indeed, I'm here contemplating Madison Down, I believe, is out of opportunities to get another lap in, given the 1:35-minute flying lap, let alone the warm-up lap, but we were talking about pre-qualifying pace being the benchmark, and indeed the benchmark has been raised. Jared Filsel in the number 94 for SSR Boost Mobile Racing joins Andrew Gilliam in the 135 ones and goes 1/100th of a second faster than the 201 here.
Fantastic stuff. Jake Burton is down in 4th at the moment. He's going to try his best to get this hot lap done, if he is indeed on a hot lap. We're not too sure at the moment, but he's got a big train of cars behind him. Also, big shout out to Job Stewart. He has gone to 3rd. Brad Ryan, meanwhile, improves from 20th to 9th. Good stuff there for the Evolution Racing Team driver, who is an absolute veteran of Australian sim racing. He's been around for years, some may say even decades. We're right on board with Jake Burton here as he comes down into the hairpin and nice wide exit there. He'll work himself out well for the run down the back stretch, and he'll probably pass Madison Down too, not too sure. I think Down is far enough ahead that he can enter the pit lane without many issues. We'll see what Jake Burton can do here. Currently 4th. Does he have enough to get himself back onto the front row? He's followed very closely by TTR's Brady Myers, but across the line Burton will go. He's shortening the run to the line there by staying to driver's right. 35.207 for Burton. That's going to give him 1 position now up to P3, demoting Job Stewart. Andrew Gilliam has responded super well there. He's just taken provisional pole back from Jared Filsel with only 4 seconds to go in the session.
Bravo, Andrew Gilliam, first and only driver now into the 35 zeros. While that was happening, Brady Myers, who was following Jake Burton, has displaced Ethan Rigault to get up into P5, if I'm not mistaken. So another improvement there as we had a couple of drivers shuffling now. But Madison Down opted to stay out after that one flying lap to have one more crack at a run here. I didn't think it had happened, given that we've seen most drivers do a one-and-done strategy with qualifying attempts. But he's out there at the moment. And let's have a look here at his sectors. Is there a chance of an improvement from Madison Down? The answer is Sector 1 looks okay, but not seeing any greens or purples light up here at the moment for the number 1 car.
We'll see if he brings it into the pits at the end of this one. Any driver who's currently on a hot lap will be able to finish it. Let's see if there's any improvements further down in the field. As it stands, though, Madison Down snatching a bit of draft off that looked like Job Stewart just up ahead. Is this going to be a hot lap complete for Down? Yes, it is. He is going to take the final chicane, but he did go over the curb a little too much there. He might have invalidated it right at the end, and that little headlight flash, I think, showing that he didn't have what it took to improve his time there, just went a little too deep into the final chicane. So that's going to be 7th place for Madison Down on this grid. And now it looks like the majority of runs are over. There is one car still out on track, and that is Luke Rosella. Andrew Gilliam still out there as well, but he's already completed his hot lap. Job Stewart, it seems, just bringing it into the lane himself now as well. And that looks like qualifying fully complete. Just 30 seconds to go now until we go racing for the Montreal 250. But what a great performance there from Andrew Gilliam. He was fast right from the start, and he will take it versus Jared Filsel. This is one heck of a front row we've got.
Indeed. Ultra close gaps. Looking at the times here, if you want to find 1 second to the race leader, I have to count back 31 cars. But let's have a run through those times now as we get ready to tick over into the race server. Your pole man, Andrew Gilliam. Excellent start for the championship for him here with that position. Number 1, just beating Jared Filsel to that position. But front row start for Filsel would be just as good, I think, in that case. Row 2, Jake Burton gets ahead of Job Stewart there, but close times once again. About 10th.5 there, you can see. And then we start really compacting the times. Brady Myers starting out at P5 will line up alongside Ethan Rigault for row number 3. Head over the page in a moment's time here. And we get, indeed, yes, Madison Down there, just etching ahead of teammate Josh Anderson there. So Trans-Tasman row number 4. Brad Ryan for Evolution Racing Team getting ahead of Wayne Burke there for row 5. And then Tom Freer alongside Griffin Garner to round out our first 6 rows here, Reese.
Richard Hampstead, well, he was fastest in the first half of qualifying, but it's going to be a lucky 13 start for him. He starts alongside Bailey Frid for Pursuit Sim Racing. His teammate, Blake Purdy, is going to start in 15th. Jake Maloney starts out as 16th for Trans-Tasman Racing. Jordan Ross and Ryan O'Sullivan on the 9th row of the grid. Adam Briggs and Rainer Costello will round out the top 20. A good debut there for Rainer. Andrew Dyson and Sebastian Flock take up the row behind. Meanwhile, Emily Jones starting out at 23rd alongside Evolution Racing Team's Marcelo Rivera.
And then coming off row number 13, it's going to be Kobe Jones alongside Brett Loxton there. Kurt Stenberg, another one of the Trans-Tasman Racing cars, starting out at 27 for tonight's race, alongside Jack Boyd, another one of the Synergy Sim Racing cars there, that's 28th position, and row 14. Brenton Hobson in the number 88 there will be starting alongside Luke Rosella, another all-team lockout for Synergy Sim Racing, back on row number 15 here. 31st place goes to Glenn Postlethwaite alongside Lee Ellis in 32nd. Mike Telliantich we saw out there in the second half of qualifying, unfortunately only able to get himself 33rd place alongside Chris Coxhead for row 17. Kenneth Latta in 35th alongside Brad Rassu for 36th, leaving us with 3 final cars across the page in the form of Reese Keane for 37th, Darren Lobb for 38th, and Dylan O'Shea rounding out the field of 39 cars to set a qualifying time. I believe Jordan Caruso, whilst in the session, I believe I heard something of a registration error there, so not taking part in this race. And as we heard there, after the Super Split 2, we will not have Ben Smith here for the top split race. So slightly smaller than usual grid for the main event here in V8 SCOPS, but nevertheless, 39 cars awaiting the race start here.
And very close to getting going here. 15 seconds left on the timer. Everyone who wanted to take the grid has taken it. And as we said, heck of a front row here with Andrew Gilliam and 3-time champion Jared Filsel. The other 3-time champion Madison Downs starting out of 7th place. Here we go then. Timer hits 0 and the revs will rise. Virtual Racing School V8 SCOPS for 2022 is officially go. And that's a pretty good start from the front row. Slightly better start from Jared Filsel. They've left the rest of the field behind. Jake Burton bogged down slightly. It's side by side between Brady Myers and Job Stewart coming into turn 1. The field mostly making their way through cleanly, but it's the exit of turn 2 you've really got to watch out for. It seems, miracle of miracles, everyone's made it through the first 2 turns cleanly. Let's see how it goes on the second half of the lap as Jared Filsel takes the lead from Andrew Gilliam. He falls back to 3rd as Jake Burton swept around the outside of him at the chicane. And now the top 2 starting to break away again from the rest of the field. Jared Filsel, no stranger to running at the front, and that's where he is as the positions are negotiated here in the midfield. Lots of side-by-side running through the first couple of chicanes, but it seems, for the most part, everyone has made it through without incident.
Great to see. Looks like everyone prioritising a little bit of track position here and there for drivers with 2 wide.
Oh, no.
We just say that through turn 8 and 9. Wayne Burke, and I believe that'll be Brad Ryan in the ERT machine, tripping up each other, and here comes the field through. Got to make sure they get through cleanly here and don't cause any more trouble as we head down into the hairpin for the first time. A little bit of front to rear and still a lot of 2 wide driving through the corner. And you can see here the tricky part with the hairpin, of course, is the way that that outside line comes back in, and if you grab that curb, it's a bit of a traction trouble spot. But we just see up ahead here on board now with Rainer Costello in the number 56 for Evolution Racing Team, looking at the outside of Andrew Dyson under brakes. Dyson is still there though, he's surely got the apex, but they're going to go side by side, and Costello feeds him a door. Dyson has to back out of it and keep it out of the World Champions. Busy lap 1 here, Reese.
Incredibly busy lap 1. So, positions gained and lost here at the end of the first lap. Jared Filsel and Jake Burton both up 1. Andrew Gilliam down 2. No position changes for Job Stewart and Brady Myers. That's a good stable start to the race for them. Anderson up 2. Blake Purdy has been the biggest mover though. He's made up 6 positions and is now in the top 10, trying to hold off Richard Hampstead.
Excellent movers indeed. Unfortunately, our biggest losers include drivers like Wayne Burke down 6, but Brad Ryan down 11 spots to 20th currently. Not where he wants to be, but I believe that car is in decent shape. Just a little bit of a scuffed side panel there, maybe a bit of front end damage. But indeed, yes, that front left looking a little bit worse for wear. And looks like the rear panel for good measure as well. But we'll see how his pace settles in the next couple of laps. In behind teammate Rainer Costello. If we can make the most of the rest of this opening phase here.
top 8 are now in their own little group here. Jared Filsel is leading by nearly a second from Jake Burton now as the field negotiates the hairpin behind. Burton not getting much of a draft assistance here. He's got Andrew Gilliam putting him under pressure, but it's very close for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Ethan Griggault rounding off this train with a trio of Trans-Tasman cars from 4th to 7th. Myers, Anderson and Down. Usually we can see Madison Down at the front of a pack like that, but it's a long race. Still 56 laps to go. Now that we're at the end of lap 2, the pit window has opened. But look at 8th on back. It's a huge freight train of cars.
It's incredible. My timing counts it as a single continuous pack from 9th, pardon me, all the way to 38th place. It's incredible. The gaps are minuscule and irrelevant. It's about 13 or 12 seconds, pardon me, from Blake Purdy in 9th, all the way back to Darren Lobb in 38th, but just tiny gaps in between. You can see here now who can break the stalemate first as Bailey Frid very aggressively over the curbs there at turn 6. No slowdown indicated though, so he got away with that one and perhaps just the off track for that one there.
But he will want to minimize it. Remember, there is an incident limit of 30 for this 58-lap race, and the drivers were being extremely careful on the start, which is awesome to see. I think that's one of the very few times in V8SCOPS history that we've had a proper clean start at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Trying up the inside is Tom Freer on Griffin Gardner there. You see Gardner in the blue and black machine. He's gotten a slightly better run, but they bang wheels coming out of the hairpin. Let's see if Gardner has the potential here to make his way back.
Oh,
stop free. Oh, my goodness. Oh, this could get ugly.
3,
Car
4.
Oh, goodness. Oh, and Griffin Gardner. Oh, he went for the late move. I think he overshot it. He's forced Tom Freer to get to the escape road. There's going to be a slowdown for both Gardner and Freer, I think.
That's correct indeed. So Jared Filsel, unless I'm looking at the... No, I think I'm looking at the time here wrong. You see here, going to grab a virtual racing school replay of what just happened there at the hairpin because we got caught looking at something else. So here we go. Griffin Gardner on your right of screen. Actually now in behind Tom Freer as he head to the braking zone. And just, grabs the grass and then up the inside as a result. And either netco contact or Freer sees it coming just in time and takes to the evasive action. And both drivers losing a couple of spots as a result as we head back to live pitches here, Reese.
Yeah, and just as we did that, Brett Loxton unfortunately overshot the first turn and he's fallen down the order. He is now the last of the cars out on track. Jack Boyd has had to come into the pit lane. I think he might have been one of the cars involved in that chaos out of the hairpin. But chasing down the Trans-Tasman Mustang of Richard Hampstead is...
Ryan O'Sullivan.
Ryan O'Sullivan, yes indeed. Goodness me, great times happening here into the hairpin. Hampstead, he's going to have to go defensive here at the hairpin. O'Sullivan stays wide and they're almost bumper to bumper behind. Emily Jones there just behind this pack. She is up 2 positions now from where she started. Profitable night so far, but we'll see how she executes the strategy.
Indeed, and all things considered, while there are big movers and shakers at the moment in this race, a slow and steady start is probably one of the better options because that car looks clean and untouched, and that's probably the more important thing at this stage of the race. See here the way the drivers attack that final chicane. A couple of drivers a little bit deep into there, but most of them, as you can see, opting not to get too aggressive. Another early pit stop take-up. Marcelo Rivera in the number 21 for Evolution Racing Team. Down into his box. And this is quite an early pit stop, if it is indeed compulsory, because that car looks undamaged. So
and he's overshot.
Missed the pit box. That's unfortunate, because that was quite some time to comprehend that one there. Then again, with no driver assist permitted here in V8SCOPS, have to be very careful not to stall the cars out in pit lane as a result. 10 seconds there, so almost just a splash and a dash only. But nevertheless, that's a lot of time lost. Plenty of clear track, but with the way the drivers are going here and settling into rhythm with single file driving for the most part, that's probably going to hurt more than help at this stage.
Well, Job Stewart, who we take a look at here in the blue pursuit number 35, he's fallen behind Brady Myers now. The Trans-Tasman 22 making a move over the last couple of laps, and now Stewart has the double trouble of Trans-Tasman Racing, with Anderson and Down behind him, two of the most competitive drivers in that team. As it stands, though, not much in the way of moves to be made at the final chicane, just too far back at the moment, and there's definitely no capacity for fuel saving, I would think, in a race like this. It's just not going to be a factor, but nonetheless, the drivers will take the opportunity to back off a little bit in the draft and maybe save their tyres for further runs. Blake Purdy, meanwhile, he's broken away with Richard Hampstead. There's something that's gone wrong there. Ryan O'Sullivan, it seems, has fallen back.
That he has. A long way back to 17th place. He's still up from his grid spot, but that's not where I think he was, if we're mistaken. He's still got Griffin Gardner behind him. But a little curious there.
He's lost a lot of time.
Missed something there for the 74 of the Evolution Racing Team car. We'll try and figure that one out for you folks, as we've been busy looking at the rest of the action on track. But still in the middle of this mid-pack here as we come back up to the front of the field. Job Stewart holding on to 5th place, but Josh Anderson has a decent run out of turns 8 and 9 indeed. But fairly steady down to the turn 10 hairpin here. And looks like these guys will settle in. Stewart a little wide of the apex though. Picks up good traction nevertheless. So fairly even Stevens off the corner there as they make their way down to the final chicane here to end lap number 6. And no sign of any super early pit stops, but then again, be very surprised if we see anyone up in front of the field opting for something as early as that. As they come through the chicane, all fairly steady there.
Indeed. I'll have to make an apology. I have done the old Gardner gaff and misidentified a driver. The driver that Ryan O'Sullivan has been battling with all race is actually Jake Maloney in the number 29 Trans-Tasman Racing Mustang, as there's moves potentially happening here into turn 1. Just up ahead, Jordan Ross getting the move done on Wayne Burke. He's got Bailey Fred, Adam Briggs, Tom Freer behind him. Burke overshot the last turn. We'll get a quick virtual racing school replay of that. So, oh yeah, and that'll be the reason why. He just catches the grass on entry, and we would have gotten the slowdown from that a bit too far over the curb. And that's the main reason he is now behind his Synergy Sim Racing teammate of Jordan Ross. But once again, my apologies to the viewers and my apologies to Trans-Tasman Racing. 28 and 29, both driving Mustangs. So I had a little bit of a brain slip there. So no dramas for Ryan O'Sullivan.
Right, well that reassures me a little bit too, but while these things happen, there are plenty of cars out on track with team paint schemes on. Obviously, drivers do have some control over touch elements there, such as the wing mirrors on the Trans-Tasman cars. As they come down into the hairpin here, a little bit of front to rear contact, I think, between a couple of those guys as they all get close. But nothing too major at this stage, and they all file out in single file here. Meanwhile, just looking at the in-game chat, Race Control have been busy. They've issued a drive-through penalty, or black flag at the very least, to Brett Loxton in the 209 machine. Loxton, unfortunately, already back in 37th place. He's not had the start he wanted, but that's going to be even more difficult to surpass at this stage. Now really going to have to be banking on a safety car in the near future to be able to make that one back up into turn 1. Ugh. Maloney looks to the inside of, I believe that is, pardon me, I've completely lost him. Tom Freer, thank you very much. I'll let you take it from here for a moment, Reese.
Yeah, no worries. It looks like Jake Maloney really trying to round up a move here. Freer has allowed Adam Briggs to get away, and Briggs making a pass just up ahead on Bailey Fred. They door each other through the middle of the chicane and keep going side by side. Bailey Fred does have the inside, but it seemed that Briggs was able to get the power down a little sooner. So They're going to keep running side by side into this chicane. Will they give each other enough room? A little bit of contact between them, and Fred completes that defense. He is going to result in Adam Briggs having to defend now from Tom Freer coming into the hairpin. He goes side by side through that chicane, and that's all she wrote. You are going to lose a ton of time on that short straight towards the hairpin, but seems a successful defense for Adam Briggs as Maloney tries to defend from O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan's going to get the run on him here. They go too wide down the back stretch, and this will finally be Ryan O'Sullivan not looking at the back of the Trans-Tasman 29. But for how long will Jake Maloney go for the move again coming into the final chicane? It seems they're going to squeeze each other a little bit here. O'Sullivan has to yield.
Yeah, on the outside there, but he finds the War Champions as well. But as I was just thinking, he was ahead in the break zone, but that doesn't mean much when the off-track rules here mean that definitely best off to fall in line as Griffin Gardner tries to get up the inside at turn one. We've now got 3 ERT cars in a line looking to try and sort themselves out here, whilst also having to deal with the competition in the form of Gardner. And indeed up the inside at turn number 4. That's Rainer Costello in the 56. Gardner trying to hold on, and that's not what you needed. And he's got to slow down for good measure. Oh dear, that's gone from bad to worse.
We'll get a replay of that when we can. Paul Griffin Gardner, he was absolutely shuffled out of the way there coming into the chicane. So he had the number 56 of Rainer Costello on his inside and tried his best to keep the pace coming into this chicane. But you'll see from the onboard just a slight tag sends him into the grass, and that will give him the slowdown penalty. Big shame there for Griffin Gardner. Plenty of positions lost. But up the front of the field, we haven't checked in with these guys in a while. Jake Burton is doing a very good job keeping up with Jared Filsel here. The gap is maintaining 6 to 7 tenths, but Burton's going to have to be careful of going too far beyond the track limits there in the final chicane. Nonetheless, it is still on for the lead here as Andrew Gilliam has dropped off.
Keeping Jared Filsel honest is Jake Burton. Last time around, 2 tenths quicker for Jake Burton, a 136.5 versus a 136.7. So long as he's not overdriving the tyres here in that early phase, clearly got good initial race pace. Maybe Jared just a little bit more optimized for the lower fuel runs. We'll have to wait and see as we watch this next pack of cars make their way through turns 3 and 4. Barely an air gap there between the right side mirrors for many of those drivers and the outside wall at the exit of turn 4. Just what you like to see in a touring car class like this, and putting the track to 110% utilization, I dare say.
Absolutely. These drivers don't often approach 100% because they're always driving over it. A couple more pit stops have been completed. Ryan O'Sullivan bringing it in. He rejoins in 37th. And Synergy Sim Racing's Luke Rosella also bringing the number 55 into the lane. He will exit ahead of O'Sullivan. Seems that O'Sullivan's pit stop was quicker, but his lane time was much longer, to the tune of about 17 seconds. I'm not too sure what's going on for the ERT number 74 there, but obviously some kind of issue in the pits.
Yeah, it would seem to be the case. And I just have a look forward at Rosella on the previous lap. He was in fact, Rosella was all the way back in 33rd place prior to coming in, which is a fair ways back behind O'Sullivan. So yes, something amiss there for the Evolution Racing Team machine.
I've just seen what happened. O'Sullivan actually stalled it exiting his pit box as Madison Down comes in for an early stop in the Trans-Tasman Racing number 1. Remember, he was fighting in that pack for 4th place with Anderson, Stewart and Myers. So this is a bit of an early call here for the reigning champion. He'll probably be he'll be going for one of 2 strategies here. He might go for another short stint and then go long to the end, or he could make this middle stint the extremely long one. But that's a pretty consistent pit stop time there for him, 17.3 seconds in the box, and he will rejoin way down the field, down in 30th place, and he's got a couple of the DPR machines up ahead of him to negotiate. Dylan O'Shea and Reese King, they've got Glenn Postlethwaite just up ahead of them as well.
Yeah, so not a bad position for Madison Down to come out in, but these two DPR cars here looking to work together, and clearly just how much more grip Madison Down has on fresh tyres. O'Shea already over to the left side of the track, and I don't think going to fight that one at all. Allows Madison Down straight through. No dramas there. So good heads-up driving there from the number 19. Relatively new to the V8 SCOPS scene is O'Shea, but clear to see that he's willing to play the long game here in the early phases of race number 1. Meanwhile, though, side by side down the back straight for Adam Briggs and Bailey Frid. Frid up the inside and gets just clear enough on the brakes. He's able to take the lead through there. And that pass done nice and cleanly with no further dramas for either car. Although a flash of the headlights there from the 72. So wonder if maybe there was something that happened down at the hairpin or thereabouts. I might just go have a quick look-see at that one there for myself and try and figure out what's happened there, Reese.
Okie dokes. Well, the action going on track at the moment. We're watching Kurt Stenberg in the number 47 at the moment. Stenny is a driver that has quite the honour. He has been present at pretty much every single V8 SCOPS round. If you're looking for a veteran of the series, look no further than Stenny, holding off Brenton Hobson, who's another veteran competitor in this series. Fantastic to see these guys still out there and racing as hard as they ever have. They are racing in the latter quarter of the top 20 at the moment. It seems that Stenny having a good run versus Brenton Hobson there, chasing down Sebastian Flock, Andrew Dyson and Emily Jones. Ryan O'Sullivan would have been around that area, but given that he did stall coming out of his pit box, he will be a lot further behind and will probably be banking on a safety car to try and get himself back up the order. But looking at the Mach 1 Esports entry, that's the number 38. Mach 1 Esports, another big part of this series, and doing very well, keeping it on the track as they do. It's Bradley Ratu, who's in there between Kobe Jones and Griffin Gardner, as we see Bailey Frid coming in for his pit stop. He's joined by Tom Freer, who should be just behind him in the pit lane. Let's see how this stop works out then for the Pursuit Sim Racing number 5. Got to be careful not to overshoot, and they both bring it in very nicely. No adjustments needed, and tyres for both of them certainly makes sense. Brenton Hobson has just come into the lane just behind them as well, abandoning that fight with Kurt Stenberg for the time being.
Speaking of Bailey Frid, I went and found what happened to him a lap prior on the middle of lap 11 there. He slapped the wall on the exit of turn 9 race and forced Wayne Burke around the outside at the hairpin, but able to stay alongside on the brakes and make it a drag race down the back straight and take the spot back at the final chicane. So not quite ideal, but it was a fairly square hit. So I think the number 5 car has gotten away with minimal damage and just looks a little bit beaten up on the outside, and we'll press on after that pit stop is complete. Back at the front of the field, though, as we see here, fight for position number 4 is still on somewhat, but gaps starting to open up a little bit here between Brady Myers and Job Stewart in particular, I might add. Josh Anderson is still on the gearbox of the number 35 from Pursuit Sim Racing, so pressure certainly on here as these guys come through the final chicane to complete lap number 13 of 58 here.
Now that we are well within the pit stop cycle of these first pit stops of the race, something that these drivers are going to have to think about is the pit entry. We alluded to this throughout the weekend prior. The fact that the pit entry at Montreal is straight on from the braking zone of the final turn. An optimum pit entry here results in you going way past the braking zone for the final chicane. But if you've got cars in front of you, like Josh Anderson does here with Job Stewart ahead of him, he stands to lose at least half a second if he wants to take a pit stop, and he doesn't have the gap to really maximize the pit entry.
Indeed, it's a very rare pit entry that we see just about nowhere else in the world, if my memory serves me accurately, especially for a circuit that is of such a standard as this in terms of FIA Grade 1 and Formula 1 level competition racing here. So, indeed, the undercut is what Anderson will want, as in fact, though, he looks to the inside and, in fact, forces Job Stewart to give up the inside line at the hairpin Is Stewart there on the exit? The answer is going to be yeah, kinda. Drag race once again, but a very late move there from Anderson. Very fortunate that Stewart was willing to play the long game there and not risk contact here in the early phase of this one here, I think. Down to the final chicane, but Stewart holds position in behind Anderson with that change of position now for position number 5.
Well, there we go. It seems that Stewart is not letting Anderson get away, though, as Hampstead goes very close to the wall of champions. He's making up those positions quite well here. Of course, having taken a couple of those positions due to early pitters, Hampstead might be one of the drivers going long here on the first stint. He's still having to hold off Blake Purdy and Jordan Ross behind him. Wayne Burke has dropped off the back of this pack with the small amount of issues that he's had. These guys are all on their own at the moment for 8th, 9th and 10th. We got a couple more pitters though, Kobe Jones and Glenn Postlethwaite making visits to the lane. And Kenneth Latter has served a drive-through penalty that was given to him by race control for contact on lap 6. Kobe Jones and Glenn Postlethwaite have completed the majority of their pit stops. Postlethwaite, I think, stationary for a bit longer than he would have wanted, 23.1 second stop, but that tells me that he's put enough fuel in the car to go long in the middle stint.
Yes, indeed, it would be quite telling, especially at this phase of the race compared to everyone around him. Other long pit stops are there or thereabouts. Looking at, I think, perhaps Brenton Hobson and Sebastian Flock, I think, over 22 and 23 seconds stationary, respectively, for them both. I'm going to find Kenneth Latter and compare. Interesting. Oh, Kenneth Latter, so it's the drive-through there for Kenneth Latter. That's the wrong person. Yes. So yes, I think our longest pit stop takers looking to be at this stage, the 84 and the 88 from Pursuit Sim Racing and CNG Sim Racing, respectively. So, indeed, differing strategies starting to come out as the fuel burns out, and they can afford to put more fuel in here at this first stop, Reese. I think looks like the general play is to fill it up and run relatively long here in this middle phase, as I see Adam Briggs come into the pit lane and drop out of the top 15 for his first stop of the race.
Yes, let's see how long this pit stop is for Adam Briggs, whether he's going to go long or short. And we're past the margin for a short pit stop, 22.1 on my timing, 21.9 on the overlays. So he's going longer in this second stint as well. I think we should draw our attention back up to the front, though, because Jake Burton has started to take time out of Jared Filsel. The gap is scintillating between half a second and 6/10. So Burton, he's not gaining a huge amount on Filsel, but he is gaining bit by bit. So Filsel has to be very careful here at the front. He's got quite a bit of pressure, which when he was racing full-time in SCOPS, he didn't often have.
Another 10th and a half faster for Jake Burton on that last lap versus Jared Filsel. Just saw there out of the hairpin, a little bit of a squiggle for the number 8 as we were riding on board with them there across the start-finish line. Did mean that the gain on that particular lap was about 0.04 of a second, so relatively neutral, but very much Jake Burton is right where I think he would want to be at this stage. Means that Filsel could come into the pits first and go for the undercut, but he's very much in a position where he can sort of challenge the strategy at this stage. Although, in saying that, the strategy so far that we're seeing is to fill up and go long and save the final pit stop for a short run later in the race. Meanwhile, down in the lane, there's the number 93 of Griffin Gardner in the Venable Sim Racing scheme up on the jacks. And a nice clean entry into his box for that car there. We'll see what his stop length is like here in just a moment's time.
Past 10 seconds. Let's see if he goes for sub 20 seconds or over 20 seconds. Stationary time falls down to 28th as the 4-car pack of Costello, Ryan, Frid and Freer make their way past him. And it looks like a long stop for Griffin Gardner as well. He will certainly be pitting with about, I'd say, maybe 10 to 15 laps to go out of the pit lane there.
Just comes out on track right behind one of the Synergy Sim Racing cars. Where are you, Griffin? That's the number 88 of Brenton Hobson. Of course, the blue accent colours there. Should have made an educated guess based on the colour of a Synergy Sim Racing car there, to be honest. But there we are. Another car. So Gardner now down 22 spots from his starting spot. It's been a rough opening stint to this one here. First time for Griffin Racing under the Vendaval Sim Racing name in V8SCOPS competition at least. And looks like that was Brenton Hobson there deciding not to fight that one too hard and rather play the long game here. Experienced pair of hands for both of them there, it would seem at this stage, looking to play it smart.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. There's some drama there at the hairpin. Tom Freer and Bailey Frid coming together, and it seems that Freer is none too happy. We're going to take a look at the virtual racing skill replay, see what happened. Probably a little bit of contact if that headlight flash was anything to go by. They got the ERT duo just up ahead of them of Costello and Ryan. Looks like going for the move at the hairpin there was Freer. Bailey Frid going to stay a little tight on the exit, and big oversteer moment there for Tom Freer as he tried to get the power down. But I don't think Bailey Frid really did anything wrong there. Yes, Freer had to back out of it, but that's just racing sometimes, especially when you've got a piece of racetrack as wide as that. The gap at the front has decreased. Jake Burton still chasing down Jared Filsel, and looks like Reese Keane going for a pit stop just up ahead of these guys. Andrew Gilliam is still lurking there in the background though for third. If he plays the strategy right, if there is a safety car, then he'll certainly be a factor for the win still.
Absolutely, don't count out even these the Trans-Tasman drivers here running in 4th and 5th, Brady Myers and Josh Anderson. They are a decent way down the road in comparison, 7 seconds and 8 seconds off the race lead. But indeed, all it takes is one safety car to shuffle that, or compress that field up, I should say. And with the way they're all going there, and that looks like a 143 Jordan Ross. Yep, slowing down there as he jumps on the brakes before the start-finish line. So, final chicane there, claiming another slowdown victim. And thanks to Virtual Racing School, we'll just grab a quick replay of that one there. So, was in behind Blake Purdy down the back straight. And I'm going to presume here this is just a case of, Purdy, goodness me, Blake Purdy gambling on the, wowie. And then as a result, maybe J. Ross there just taking his brake marker off of what Purdy was doing and getting a little bit caught out because that was an ambitious entry from Purdy. Sometimes that one is frowned upon depending on how stringent the race control in your particular series is here at Montreal. But let's get back to live pitches because that gap's down to 3/10 at the front of the field.
It is indeed. Jake Burton and Jared Filsel almost bumper to bumper at the hairpin, and Burton could be lining up a move sooner rather than later. Blake Purdy might have to be careful there. We had a driver given a warning from race control for an unsafe pit entry that looked a lot like that, and we saw, I think it was Jake Maloney in the... Whoa! There we go! Jake Burton going for the lane, and that might be something else that race control looks at. Goodness me. Jared Filsel would have been taken by surprise there. Jake Burton making his way around him to take his pit stop and try for that undercut. Once again, the pit entry here at Montreal causing dramatics.
Definitely serving up a bit of spice. I thought we might see it a couple of times here tonight, given we haven't been told of any instructions. Otherwise, you can see here, Burton just says, that's cool, you're taking the racing line. I've got a bit of space here to come inside the entry markers, and hard on the brakes and locking up a fraction there, but was able to get that speed down to the 80km/h limit by those entry cones. So down the lane he comes, and very, very long pit stop for Jake Burton, almost 26 seconds stationary there, as I believe we're continuing to watch a replay if I'm not mistaken here.
Yes.
So yes, so we'll get back to live pitches with you in just a second as we sit here on board with Jake Burton in that pit stop. You see here, up on the jacks, longest stop yet. So, well, actually, I said longest stop. Thank you, Jordan Ross. You've completely underdone me there. Within about 10 seconds of that statement, because 29 seconds stationary for the 143 from Synergy Sim Racing happening in the background, just as I'm talking about the quote-unquote longest stop. So, much appreciated. And meanwhile, out on track, J. Ross has come out in the middle of traffic. This is going to be a little busy for him, but seems to have navigated that one fairly cleanly. So you see here on board with J. Ross out of his pit lane. And enjoy this onboard shot here for a second as you watch the traffic flow past here at pit exit. One of the other unique characteristics of Montreal, the way it fires out. Get a bit more speed on the traffic, but then you've got to come around on the outside. Well, I say that, he decided to dip to the inside for turn 3 and 4.
Trying to get past the 209 of Brett Loxton, and they went side by side through the first part of that chicane. Loxton had to yield there, but not much of an issue. Might have gotten a slight slowdown from that. I saw Griffin Gardner up behind him too. Well, either way, those stops from Burton and Ross tell me that they are going to be going for a very quick splash and dash right at the very end as Kurt Stenberg and Ethan Griggolt come in to take their stops, as well as Dylan O'Shea out of 18th place.
Indeed, here we see Trans-Tasman car. Number 1 of Madison down, ahead of Jake Burton now on track. They've got Mike Taliancic in front of them. Meanwhile, looking here at the 208, that is Chris Coxhead in the other of the Team Jinx Shifters machines. And just see here, drivers still plenty scrambled. The top 10 yet to pit. Well, pardon me, that top 11 with Taliancic. It means Madison Down is the leader of the drivers who have pitted, which is interesting to see. But obviously he is 10.5 laps into his current stint. So long stop going to have to come from Down at some point soon in this race. If not long here in the middle phase, and then medium to long again at the end of the race. So plenty of strategic options currently on display, which is good to see. Here we are on board though with one of the Evolution Racing Team cars. Where are you? 177. It's Ethan Griggolt. There we go. Currently back in 17th place, but another super lengthy pit stop. He's just come down the lane. 31 seconds stationary for the 177. Griggolt slow through the hairpin for Purdy. That almost resulted in front to rear contact, but they press on with no dramas there. So, curious to see here with that kind of stops as we now see Andrew Dyson down the lane, Mike Taliancic down the lane. That clears the track for Down and Burton as we continue to ride on board here with the 177 of Ethan Griggolt.
And Ethan now completing his first lap after taking his pit stop. They move ahead then of Andrew Dyson, Michael Taliancic and Kenneth Latter, who are currently in the pits at the moment for their first stop of the race. Latter, of course, making a second visit to the lane, the first of which was for a drive-through penalty. Brad Ryan and Rainer Costello have been flying in formation here in the ERT Mustangs for the majority of this race. They've both taken their stops, and Ryan with the slightly quicker pit stop time, but still, it's working out pretty well for ERT in the midfield at the moment. Michael Taliancic just completing his pit stop, and he will rejoin in 34th place ahead of Reese Keane. Meanwhile, Jared Filsel has gone for his pit stop. First stop of the night for our race leader. That brings Andrew Gilliam, Brady Myers and Josh Anderson into the top 3. Job Stewart is also in the lane. And this could be crucial here. Jared Filsel will have known that it was a pretty long stop for Jake Burton. We'll see if he can hold on to the race lead. Let's see how long his stop is.
Plenty of options on the table here for the number 94 of Filsel. It's been passed by 15 seconds stationary, so looks like it's going to be a fairly long stop here. Over under on 26 seconds or so. Reese, what do we think?
I'm saying it looks like it's going to be under by just a tenth there for Jared Filsel. Now, where is Jake Burton? He's
ahead.
He's just ahead. The undercut has worked there for Jake Burton, but Filsel has the run out of pit exit, slightly faster way into turn 1. Burton's going to fight him here coming into the chicane. They bang wheels, they bang doors, and they come together. Burton into the fence. Madison Down is going to go by Jared Filsel, or is he? Oh, more contact there between the former teammates. Big dramas there as Filsel exits the pit lane. Neither he or Burton wanted to give an inch.
That's the kind of racing that we see here in V8SCOPS from time to time. Drivers at the top of their game, not willing to back down. Unfortunately, when push comes to shove around a track like this, the fence is not that far away. As we watch the virtual racing school replay here, Burton, of course, ahead just for a moment there, but the tight pit exit, or tight line he has to take because of Filsel on the pit exit, obviously gives the space for the 94 to get up alongside And yeah, through turn 3, Burton leaning on Filsel. Filsel is trying to give A cars width, but Burton, they're trying to press the advantage. And then you see there the contact that forces Burton there wide of that second car's width, and Filsel out of control of the rear end, and that is heavy front right contact and front left contact for good measure with the 94. And then Madison down as he came through. Oh, we just see it out of shot, but we saw it on live pictures. Tried to squeeze on through, but that's not looking too healthy for the number 8 machine of Jake Burton.
He's back
and
in
he's
the
back
lane.
down on the pit lane for what looks to be maybe some more substantial repairs for this one. Just see there, front of shot. At the same time, Andrew Gilliam, stop complete. It promotes Josh Anderson to the provisional race lead. But Andrew Gilliam now settles into 10th place on track here.
He's got Chris Coxhead and Darren Lobb ahead of him, who have yet to pit. And then there's the battle between Filsel and Down. Andrew Gilliam is 11.5 seconds behind Filsel at the moment, and looking at his pit stop time, it was very long. 36.3 seconds stopped for Andrew Gilliam, so something must have gone very wrong there for the pursuit driver. But we check out Ethan Grigg-Galt as he tries to fend off Blake Purdy, and then back to the number 28 of Richard Hampstead. Wayne Burke behind him. These guys fighting for second and third on track at the moment, but now Hampstead will take his pit stop. Wayne Burke will filter through into second.
Indeed. I'm just having a quick look on my end at the pit stop for Andrew Gilliam just to see what might happen. Obviously going longer than any of the front runners to date, but going 10 seconds longer than drivers like Burton and Filsel just a lap prior doesn't make sense. So I think you've probably got a good estimation there and a keen sense that something hasn't quite gone right, but I'm just going to confirm that in the meantime here.
Jake Burton, meanwhile, he's come back out in 34th place. He was stopped for 36 seconds as well, undoubtedly to take some repairs from that contact with Jared Filsel and then the wall. Big shame there for Burton. He's going to have the world ahead of him as he tries to work his way through. More drivers in the pits, though. Darren Lobb among them. In fact, the only driver on the lane at the moment. That's Jack Boyd just up ahead of him in the lane.
Trouble at turn 2.
That's big trouble. Oh, no. That's the ERT duo. What on earth has gone on there? Hampstead and Ryan both smoking.
Oh, goodness me. We're talking about drama. And Brad Ryan is still mobile, but very much speed restricted. If he's not careful, that motor will blow fully here. Here's the Virtual Racing School replay, if we're not mistaken. So Hampstead out of the pit lane. Brad Ryan moves across and, crunch. Goodness. And there comes the second ERT car for good measure. That's Job Stewart, I think, possibly was the first car through and got caught in that. Brad Ryan is slowing down. I'm not sure if he's getting that car back to the pit lane. He's only just made it to turn 7. He's doing about 60 kph. He might make it, but it's going to be an incredibly painful and slow trip back for him.
Indeed it will, and Adam Briggs and the number 72 was also involved in that when the cars came together. That's the danger of pit exit here at Montreal. There's danger on entry and exit when it comes to the pits. Hampstead is still going. Hopefully he'll be able to make it back to the pits. That's a huge shame.
Ryan's pulling the car over before turn 8 and 9.
Oh, could be a safety car.
Let's
He'll be
stand by.
requesting a tow.
Indeed, he's backing the car up, though, to what would be a tow point on the circuit. So let's see here what Race Control do, because he's done everything he can to get that car out of the way. Meanwhile, we see here Hampstead continue to the pit lane. Rainer Costello has also made it onto the pits. He's got a meatball as well, but no engine damage. Hampstead is going to make it back. So it's 2 out of 3, making it back to the lane. But now we wait for confirmation that Race Control has seen.
It looks like they have, and Brad Ryan has escaped back to the pit lane.
Indeed. I don't think I must have missed Race Control confirming that one there, but in that case, we'll presume all's okay, and we carry on then. So, crisis and drama averted for the time being, but, well, with this pack that we've now got on screen here, starting at 14th with Jordan Ross, goes down to 19th with Griffin Gardner. Never say never, I guess, in this case, because any small mistakes from one of those drivers could easily snowball into a bigger one here. It's down into the 8-9 chicane. I believe that's Dyson up the inside of Adam Briggs for a position, and gets the job done there fairly cleanly as we head down to the hairpin here. And do we get a counter attack? No, we get Sebastian Flock up the inside of Adam Briggs this time, and that looks like a pretty textbook move. But Griffin Gardner also says, I'll have a piece of that too while you're at it. Can you make it stick? No, that outside line is incredibly effective. I take that back. It's another drag race down to the final chicane here, Reese.
Yeah, and it looks like he is going to win that because Adam Briggs, with the damage he copped from that contact between Hampstead and Brad Ryan, at a straight line speed deficit now, but obviously not considering it enough damage to come into the lane and get it repaired. But either way, Briggs is probably going to drop down the order ever further thanks to that incident. God, that was big. And it's changed the face of the race in the midfield. And certainly the face of the race has been changed with that contact between Jake Burton and Jared Filsel, who maintains second place. Jake Maloney and Chris Coxhead are the only cars left to pit, and it looks like Coxhead might have spun on track. I'm not sure what's going on there. He's stopped.
Ooh.
Oh dear. He's going to get it going. The car gets started. That's one of the Evolution Racing Team cars.
Oh dear.
That's Rainer Costello.
Oh no, and the 56 of Costello is not getting away from that incident for some reason. He's very slow. If he's still got that car mobile, he's got that car going again. So, or has he?
He's very slow.
Still waiting to let traffic through. So, not sure what the plan is. Ah, I see why. He's already down in 36th place as a result of the earlier contacts. We have the Virtual Racing School replay on screen here. So rather than try and drive past, given that lead lap traffic is coming through, Costello opting to simply drive that one slowly and out of the way there. So actually, incredibly heads-up driving, but he's very slow here on the way back to surely what will be pit lane for him.
And with that, the field has been cleansed. Maloney coming in for his scheduled stop, and Coxhead also bringing it to a stop as well. But Coxhead's night has gone from bad to worse. He's been given another penalty by race control for contact on lap 23. Big shame there for him, but he will serve that after he's taken his service. So, the way things are at the moment, Jared Filsel leading by 3.7 seconds from Josh Anderson. Madison Down and Brady Myers are scrapping over third place.
Indeed. Take a moment here to see the Trans-Tasman cars currently running second, third, fourth here. Myers fairly close there to the back of Madison Down off the hairpin there. And making the run up to the final chicane. We're approaching the critical lap here, Reese, and I am very curious to see, will we have any takers for an early pit stop and a long final stint? So the answer is, honestly, we could, because there's been quite the varying strategies, but I think most people are looking to run long here in the mid-phase, and we'll get a shorter run to the end if you go off of the numbers we're seeing from the pits. Is down a little bit of a wobble into turn one, but nothing too much happening there as we head out on the way up through turns 2, 3, and 4 here at the start of the lap.
Checking back in with the 707 of Tom Freer. He's behind Jake Maloney, and Freer now back down into the position he started from. They've got Kobe Jones and Jordan Ross up behind them, and Jordan Ross has been steadily working his way through, but Kobe Jones, certainly one of the biggest movers in the field at the moment. He's up 13 places. Checking back behind, Bailey Frid still holding off the advances of Andrew Dyson and Griffin Gardner. Sebastian Flock just behind them as well. And this battle could certainly work out either way. There's varying strategies in this pack. Tom Freer's tyres are 16 laps old. Kobe Jones pitted 14 laps ago. Jordan Ross with the freshest tyres in this pack. He is on the 10th lap of his stint at the moment.
Meanwhile, up the front of the field, change of position in for all the Trans-Tasman cars. Brady Myers makes a move on Madison down at the hairpin, but Madison down whilst we jump to the replay. No, opts to stay in line, so we can stay with the replay here. Maybe a bit of a decision here. Myers did look like he had good pace, but then again, down at the hairpin, yes, indeed, that looks very much a pre-planned manoeuvre. And fair enough, when you've got track position and teammates to work with there, not surprising to see that you put the guy who looks a little bit more comfortable and confident at the moment ahead to try and cut down that gap and bring along Madison with him. In the meantime, Brad Ryan unfortunately has retired the car for relatively obvious reasons, but also withdrawn from the server entirely. So we won't be seeing the Evolution Racing team number 96 back out on track at all tonight, it would seem.
Well, meanwhile, number 72, Adam Briggs, continuing to drop down the order with that damage he's carrying. Kurt Stenberg just made his way past. Emily Jones making her way past at turn 1. And poor Briggs, he was quite quick coming up to that big incident with Richard Hampstead rejoining the racetrack after taking his pit stop. He's probably wondering what might have been if he hadn't been caught up in that. Either way, he's going to try and plod along to the finish, go as long as he can, maybe get some repairs done at his second and final pit stop. And Lee Ellis, he was involved in an incident earlier on. He's got a very damaged car, but still good to see that he's still going. Lee Ellis is quite a battler when it comes to V8SCOPS events. He often doesn't suffer the best of luck, but he plugs away and he keeps trying his best to get race finishes.
And indeed, with the way the championship system, point system that is, operates for the series, while for those who don't know, there are 2 rounds that will be dropped from the final standings, the lowest scores received for an individual driver. You also do want to try and finish as many as you can, and to get championship points, they have to not only complete 75% of the race distance relative to the leader, but they've also got to get to the checkered flag and take it as well. So early days in the championship, if you can soldier on, as frustrating as it is to have a car that's damaged and off pace, getting a result on the books here at round 1 means that you're not sort of leaving yourself with 1 foot out the door in terms of drop rounds at this stage of the championship already.
Madison Dan will be thinking about that as well. You saw that tactical maneuver where he let Brady Myers by. Being the reigning champion, there is a lot of pressure on Down to perform at the start of the season, but it's good to think about the long game, and Down always thinks about the long game when it comes to these championships. Just giving up a position at round 1, it might not make a huge difference when we come to the latter phase of the championship, and it's a big calendar we've got for V8SCOPS. 15 rounds in total spread out across the whole year, and going to be coming to an end in the final couple months of 2022. Meanwhile, we check out this battle. Sebastian Flock starting to catch up to this pack. Griffin Gardner has really narrowed the gap here to Bailey Frid and Andrew Dyson. And Frid might be getting a little bit of draft help from just up ahead. He's got Tom Freer, Jordan Ross, and Kobe Jones up ahead of him. Good stuff there from Kobe Jones, actually. He's made his way a little further up, it seems. And the other fight going on just up ahead. Kurt Stenberg and Emily Jones chasing down Brad Ratu. Might be a move here for Michael Taliancic, though. Brenton Hobson now missing his boot lid. He's been involved in an incident somewhere down the line, but Ellis is going to have to yield to Michael Taliancic here in the final chicane. That Pursuit Sim Racing 777 is still clean despite all the dramas that we've seen.
Indeed. Taliancic has been, I guess you could say, it looks like in the right place at the right time compared to some of those around him at this stage. And clearly might not have the raw pace based on qualifying numbers, but having a clean car that can extract the maximum out of is definitely more valuable at this stage. Looking once again at the battle for 14th place, as this time Andrew Dyson up the inside at turn 6 decides that it's finally time to have a go, but he isn't able to make it stick. Griffin Gardner tries to get up the inside of Dyson in response, but he isn't able to make that move work either. Question was, is Sebastian Flock able to capitalise? The answer is no. He's currently sitting at the back of this. Dyson looked to the inside for a moment on Frid. but no go there at the 8-9 chicane. It brings all 4 cars back into sort of equal distance here for a little bit. Heading down to the hairpin for this next time by. And he moves under brakes. There's a look from Griffin Gardner. There's a look from Griffin Gardner up the inside. Dyson's got the traction on exit though, and he's able to clear Gardner. Once again, that outside line is working incredibly well for the defending drivers, so long as they get clean traction here, Reese. It's impressive to see, but it's making a lot of the work in terms of passing just that bit harder around here at this stage.
Too right, and they will cross the line in the same order to start the 33rd lap of 58. 26 laps to go for Jared Filsel up at the front of the field. But seeing Joshua Anderson really starting to respond to all of that. He was the fastest car on track last time around, took 0.2 of a second out of Jared Filsel. The gap is at 2.2 seconds right now. Emily Jones still chasing Kurt Stenberg as he tries to narrow the gap to Brad Ratu in the Mach 1 esports machine. And Brad Ratu, newer addition to Mach 1 esports. He was originally driving for Exto Gaming with Corey Preston in this series, but moving to Mach 1 for this season of V8SCOPS, and in a very striking looking livery indeed. You certainly can't miss that shade of orange.
Indeed you can't. Another one of the movers and shakers when it comes to team names and drivers associated with those teams over the off-season for V8SCOPS. It's certainly been a busy off-season in terms of community activity and buzz for a multitude of reasons. Well, some good, some definitely not good, unfortunately. But the racing is back here and now at least, and off to a decent start. But some new things this season that we'll be seeing, well, at least the admins will be deploying over the course of the season to try and keep up with the changing times, as it were, Reese, after the developments over the summer.
Yes, indeed. If you're not familiar, there was a big controversy that erupted in the AusNZ sim community about the use of macros in sim racing events. It came out that certain drivers and teams, which will remain nameless and have been kept secret, were apparently taking advantage of macro software to adjust things like anti-roll bar, brake bias, even throttle percentage on the fly. And now V8SCOPS admins, as well as many leagues in the AusNZ SimSphere, are requiring drivers to submit their telemetry after the races just to keep a cap on any kind of cheating. So good to see that situation has worked itself out, and we should be seeing a little bit more stringency in terms of that, and we'll be seeing what the true talent of drivers are in this field.
Indeed. It's definitely not something you like to have to talk about, or not something you'd like to see be a talking point, I guess, is probably the way to best put it. But unfortunately, computer programs can be exploited if you're competent enough with computer coding and willing to have a dig around. And as much as this is sim racing, it's also a video game and computer code all the same, just like any other piece of software, and need to be on your toes and be ready to be vigilant and respond. Let's get back to the action on track, because Andrew Dyson again showing the nose to Bailey Frid into the braking zone here at the final chicane, but show the nose is all he does. Looks to try and set the run up off that final chicane there. Not really getting the drive in comparison to Frid there. Maybe giving Griffin Gardner half a chance to think about a move at some point on in the first half of the lap, but line astern from these cars once again. Oh, Dyson showing the nose this time at turn 2, but not able to make anything work of it down to turns 3 and 4 here. So Bailey Frid holding on to 14th, but it really does feel like it's slowly growing into a case of how long, Reese, until we get another move, and this time a move that might stick coming up in the near future.
Yeah, Dyson has been looking a little frustrated there behind Frid, and interesting to note the line he took out of turn 2. I mean, these cars, given the way they drive, you need to straighten the car up as soon as possible. and you'll often see drivers attempting to go tight out of turn 2 at this track to try and get a better run, straighten up the car a little sooner and get better traction. That's what Dyson was somewhat attempting, and it half worked for him, but he wasn't able to get alongside Bailey Frid. Actually, Andrew Dyson's just lost a position to Griffin Gardner and just gained it back. They are battling a bit hard there for 14th and 15th, side by side, down the front stretch. Looks like Gardner tried to make a move at the hairpin, but again, the momentum with Andrew Dyson taking that outside line. Gardner flashing the lights, trying his best to unsettle the DPR number 41, but no dice.
Yeah, once again, Gardner solid under the brakes to the inside of the hairpin at turn 10, but unable to convert into the move down the back straight. And once again, yes, thanks to that drive off of the outside line. Dyson also willing to just sort of run a little bit tighter than perhaps he ideally would, just to try and compromise Griffin Gardner that little bit more and balance things out, if you will. And works out in his favour here once again, and back on the attack pretty immediately. So here's Seb Flock, the back of the train, just a little wide to turns 3 and 4. Scrubs a bit of the gap that he had there. Still holding comfortable ground behind to Brad Ratu, Kurt Stenberg and Emily Jones, the next 3 cars in line, but sort of fluctuating here and there rather than sticking it to the back of the pack directly ahead of him, which is maybe a little bit frustrating for Seb. Good friend of mine at the moment. Well, good friend of mine, period. Based on getting to know him over the past year as I've gotten involved more with the community here. And solid driver, looking to continue improving on his work here in V8SCOPS and make moves done at hairpin. Speaking of moves at the hairpin, this time it's Dyson on Frid up the inside. We've seen the outside work so much better for people through that hairpin, and Dyson went for it, and he's not able to make it stick once again this time, learning the hard way that isn't going to work, but he's got a good draft down the back straight this time. Here we go to the inside at the chicane. Who's the latest breakout? The answer is it's Andrew Dyson. Gets it pulled up, does he?
Only just. It looks like Frid might come back at him on the front stretch. Speaking of the front stretch, Blake Purdy just made his way past Ethan Grigg-Gault up into 6th. And who's going to win the battle coming into turn 1? Dyson just up ahead. You can sweep around the outside and get the inside line for turn 2. Does it work out for the number 41? Looks like it just might, and Griffin Gardner's going to try and follow him through here. They're going to be side by side coming up to the first of our chicanes around this circuit. Does Frid yield? No, not quite. Just squeezes through, does Griffin Gardner, but Frid compromising himself on the exit, bringing himself into the clutches of Sebastian Flock. But that battle for 6th place between Purdy and Grigg-Gault, just up ahead of these guys, had been brewing for quite some time, and it looks like Ethan's not done with Blake. He's still sticking behind him.
Oh, big punt to the hairpin. Who gets the drive off the exit? Kind of neutral. No, that's Ethan Grigg-Gault's drive off the corner. But how much defense do we see out of Blake Purdy? The answer is a white line off corner exit. Oh, but he tries to hold the white line. He forces Grigg-Gault eventually to go to the outside, and now late on the brakes, Grigg-Gault trying to compromise the entry for Purdy. But as it turns out, better run through that chicane for Purdy. Able to make that stick and just get a car's width back in between them there. But that's not going to let up anytime soon, based on the way that these two drivers are going at it on that lap alone there, Reese.
Yeah, this is a fantastic fight for 6th place. And while all of this has been happening out on track, I think we can say that the second round of pit stops has officially started, because Glenn Postlethwaite, just a lap or 2 ago, brought it into the lane for his second stop. 24.3 seconds for him. And, oh dear, looks to me like Brenton Hobson made his way past Adam Briggs for 22nd, but it seems that Hobson did that because he is going for his second stop. So Synergy, it seems, pitting earlier than everyone else here on the second round.
Yes, looking to gamble on things, and see, I'm seeing a black flag on my timing display in iRacing for Ryan O'Sullivan. I'm not quite sure what has happened there, because it's not from race control.
Oh dear, might he have exceeded the incident limit?
That's either the incident limit or something as far-fetched as a slowdown penalty, or even, well, he hasn't been in the pits for ages.
It's a drive-through for Ryan O'Sullivan. It has been for the incident limit, I think.
Righto. Well, he's down the lane now. We'll see what happens in a moment's time. He's in the back of shot there, and the Evolution Racing team. No, he comes to his box, Reese. So, well, that one will have to play out in a little bit of time. Maybe opting to take a penalty here whilst also getting pit service. So, we'll let that one figure itself out in the meantime, because still got more racing on track. Now, I'm very curious to see the race lead is still a little bit steady at 2 seconds in the meantime. Although we are still looking, I do say it's probably a good point to keep our eyes on the battle of 6th and 7th. Just having a look at the times, because the race leaders are making their way through lap traffic at the moment, as Emily Jones in the 51 comes down to the pit lane on this time by as well. And I'm just trying to make sense of where the leaders are and who's winning the battle of driving through the lap traffic. The answer is they're about even, as it would happen to be. Josh Anderson now just clearing some lap traffic. Now got 2 seconds of clear track to Filsel ahead, but the ebb and the flow here, this might be very interesting to see when these guys come down the lane as we continue to watch Job Stewart, currently in 8th place. He's about 5 seconds behind his teammate Blake Purdy, who's got Ethan Grigalt for company still. And behind Job, it's Wayne Burke and Jake Maloney fighting over position number 9 here to the back of the top 10. Just another 4 seconds behind Job here, Reese.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tight between those two, and I've just seen what happened to Ryan O'Sullivan. You mentioned that he hadn't been in the pits for a while. Well, he'd just come out of the pit lane for his second stop, and it seems he sped in the pit lane. Might have entered too hot or taken the limiter off a bit too early. So that hits you with a big slowdown. And looks like a bit of extra pace here for Ethan Grigalt in the pit lane versus Blake Purdy. Might Blake be choking, or might Ethan Grigalt be using that old trick of, oh no, that's not worked out for him. Little overshoot of the pit box. That would have cost him valuable time, probably to the tune of about a second once things work out. So he's going to have to face Blake Purdy being in front of him once more.
Speaking of Blake Purdy, guess who also has a black flag race?
Oh dear. Oh dear, I've just seen it myself. Looks like he went into pit lane a bit too hot. And that's going to result in a very long time stopped. When Ryan O'Sullivan came in to serve his penalty, I think the penalty for speeding on pit lane can be anywhere from 24 to 40 seconds.
Yeah, Blake Purdy crossed the pit speed limit line at about 120 kilometers an hour with the rear end fully locked up there on entry, trying to keep Grigalt behind. I'm impressed Grigalt, who was immediately following behind and entered at similar daredevil speeds, at 100 kilometers an hour for Grigalt at the pit entry line. So that would explain why, and just dipping below the pit entry speed enough perhaps to get away with that one. So one case of a very unlucky driver and one very lucky driver out on track. But meanwhile, let's keep our eyes on the drivers who are out on track. Speaking of which, our leading driver with the 2 compulsory stops done, it's Madison Down, currently riding now in 14th place and having to navigate drivers here on old tyres once again. Sebastian Flock, though, unable to defend that position very much, and probably happy to slot back in there once again and continue on his merry way. See, no takers for the pit lane. Nope, both the pursuit cars from behind Madison Down do opt for the pit lane this time by here at the end of lap 40.
So do Jordan Ross, Kobe Jones, and Andrew Dyson. So big position changes happening now in the midfield as drivers take their final stop. And there's only 18 laps to go now for Jared Filsel up at the front of the field. And speaking of the front of the field, look at how close Joshua Anderson is now. He's been steadily making up time on the 3-time SCOPS champion. The gap's now at 1.2 to 1.3 seconds. And they've got quite the pack of cars behind them. Obviously not for position. See Blake Purdy, I think that's Blake Purdy, just behind them. And the 22 of Brady Myers trying to work his way through here. Oh, Anderson going for the lane. Looks like he went by Filsel on the entry. Filsel stays out. Well, so that's another Gilliam coming into the lane.
Indeed, another driver opting to take the aggressive pit entry there, it would seem. Actually, looks like he was able to slot in just behind Filsel. So Filsel just turned in for the final part of the first part of the final chicane there, Reese, thankfully. So none of the dramatics and theatrics that we saw earlier on with drivers like Jake Burton firing it around the outside of inside of Filsel for pit entry. So we wait to see here what is the pit time for Josh Anderson. It was fairly short earlier on in the race of about 19 seconds. So this is the longest stop for him here. Clock continuing to tick up. About 26.5 seconds stationary for him. So the short stop got him the track position early on. How much will it hurt him here in the second half of in the final third of this race, if not quarter, actually. We're closer to a quarter to go here than we are a third, I probably should say. So, yes, let's go with that.
Well, it certainly worked out for him there because he has quite the gap over Madison Down. Anderson rejoins in 7th, Madison Down into 8th place, and it looks to me like Anderson is 6.5 seconds ahead of him. So Madison Down, his second pit stop, was actually reasonably long, 29.7 seconds for the reigning champion. We'll see if he can try and break back into the top 6. Remember, everyone... Oh, it looks like Jared Filsel coming in from the lead. So coming in to take his second pit stop. It's been a dramatic one for Jared Filsel, going side by side with Jake Burton through the chicane after the conclusion of that first pit stop cycle. Let's see how this works out for him. Fresh tyres once again for car 94. Brady Myers is going to filter through into the lead of the race. Job Stewart here, avoiding pit lane for the time being, will filter through into second. But Wayne Burke, Jake Maloney and Andrew Gilliam just behind Job Stewart here. They're still involved in quite the fight.
Indeed. Filsel's away off the pit lane. And yeah, comfortably out in front. Stationary time for 22 seconds for that second and final pit stop of his. So indeed, the long first stop followed by the short second stop seems to have been the preferred strategy at this time. But we wait and see how that plays out, because with 16 laps to go here, still very much a lot that could change, although drivers very much in the rhythm at the time being, it would seem. So it's race lead now with Brady Myers, but for how long? Probably not all too long. He's got plenty of space in front of him if he wants to dive into the pits on this lap and not get held up here. So it seems like now is a good time for him to come down the lane. But meanwhile, looking here at the battle for what should be net third on track. Actually, pardon me, no, sorry, because Wayne Burke and Jake Maloney are yet to pit, so they'll file off at some point. But now they're behind Andrew Gilliam. That's not worked out so well for either of them at this stage then.
No, certainly. It's been a tough one for these drivers, trying to steadily work their way through into the top 10. Brady Myers, meanwhile, has taken that pit stop, but unfortunately he locked up into his box, overshot it, and has cost himself a second or two from that. Remember, Brady Myers was with Anderson and Down in the middle phase of the race. We'll see where he filters out here. Job Stewart also coming into the lane. These guys will filter their way by him. Gilliam into P2, Wayne Burke into P3, Maloney into 4th. And there is Josh Anderson, who goes past Myers and Stewart. Actually, looks to me like Myers might be coming out level with Josh Anderson here, and just gotten out ahead of his teammate.
21 seconds stationary in the box despite the shuffle and kerfuffle there for Myers. So, once again, I really feel like Josh Anderson has made a strategy call which put him in a good spot there in the middle phase, but it's not seemingly working out here at the end part of the race with all of the green flag running and the lack of any safety car interventions to bunch the field back up and either change the strategy completely on its head or at least open up some different opportunities here as we 15 laps to go here at the Montreal 250. And Anderson, a little bit of a slide on with those tyres, but that won't hurt him too much, I don't think. Now, 777 of Michael Taliantis I saw come down the pit lane not too long ago, but unfortunately for him, he'll shuffle a fair ways down the order. In fact, he's come back out, he's already at turn 5, so that was a fairly quick stop from Mike T compared to the rest of the field, just under 13 seconds in the box for the 777 for Pursuit Sim Racing. So in fact, doing quite nicely, up into 16th place, and there's a couple of people ahead of him on track who are yet to pit, such as Adam Briggs. So there's another place, I think, in it for him at this stage.
Indeed, and he's got that battle that we've been following behind him, this three-car train of Ratu, Stenberg and Gardner. There hasn't been much of a change here in these positions, and these guys have all taken their second pit stop as well.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, there goes Griffin Gardner up the inside of Kurt Stenberg, and Stenny gives him room and tries his best to get the run out as the 89 of Wayne Burke has completed his stop. That is a very short one, only 12 seconds. Let's see where he ends up coming out in 9th place and with clear track ahead and behind.
Indeed, these short stops adjusting sort of where you sort of expect people to come out here in this final stage. Plenty of clean air though, so it's a good spot there for Wayne Burke to consolidate a top 10 finish from here to the end of the race. He's just over 2 seconds back from Job Stewart too. So, well, both of them on fresh tyres here now. So, we expect that it would take some serious pace from Burke. Meanwhile, down at turn 1, rubbing side by side. 5 meets 95, and Bailey Frid just hangs on to that spot, if I'm not mistaken. And Glenn Postlethwaite will have to try again. Another time on the track here at some point to get out of turns 3 and 4. Looking all fairly stable and sort of back into a calm status quo for the time being. But given the way that we've seen drivers scrap away here as we're running out of laps, I expect that'll start. The peace and quiet will be disappearing pretty quickly here, Reese, for those looking to grab the last couple of spots before the checkered flag.
Certainly for the lead, because Andrew Gilliam is starting to round up Jared Filsel. Gilliam is a lap further into his stint than Filsel is, but is steadily gaining time on him. Took 2/10 out of Filsel on the previous lap, and Gilliam currently has the fastest lap of the whole race, 1 minute 35.55. So a fantastic run from the Pursuit driver here. It could be on for the lead of this race in the dying stages. Brady Myers is still holding on there and starting to pull away from Joshua Anderson.
War champions, I think.
Oh no, that's Emily Jones.
Indeed, I just saw it on my track map, and that car's been clean all race long.
Oh.
Only to be broken and battered now with just over 10 laps to go. Virtual Racing School replay to find out what happens here. So pulls ahead of a Synergy car. Now,
I think rear end contact. Briggs was going for the pits. Briggs was going for the pits and went straight into the back of Emily Jones.
Oh dear, what a lapse in judgment there. Jones pulls it across well and truly in front of Briggs and just completely focused on the car next to him, perhaps, there, Adam Briggs. I don't know, really unfortunate and unexpected lapse of judgment all the same for someone of his experience and skill, but maybe just a little bit of fatigue setting in here. We are an hour and 20 minutes into the race, which isn't long by some racing standards, in fact, by many levels of racing standards, but these cars are pretty brutal to continue to lap consistently in and out for a lengthy period of time. So an hour and 20 of wheeling these things around, especially a narrow street circuit like this with the walls so close on either side most of the time, definitely puts your concentration to the max. And any slip like we just saw there, and that can hurt not only you, but somebody else along the way quite substantially there, unfortunately, Reese.
Well, the gap is ebbing and flowing at the front of the field. Meanwhile, we escaped a safety car for that incident. Emily Jones was able to get back going. Usually heavy rear-end contact to these cars means you can continue, but Andrew Gilliam is... He's gotten it within a second at the entry to some corners, but Filsel just gaining a little bit, I think, in the mid-corner, particularly at the hairpin. Nonetheless, Andrew Gilliam is getting a whisper of a slipstream here off our race leader. Gilliam has executed the strategy very nicely, and it could be that he'll be on Filsel with about 4 laps to go.
It's all going to come down to consistency here. Both these drivers certainly have it in them, I would dare say, but another 2/10 or thereabouts out of the final chicane alone for Gilliam. The net gain on that lap was only about a 10.5, so maybe a little moment somewhere else earlier on in the lap just to sort of neutralize that advantage he's been pulling in. But I think Filsel here may be struggling just a little bit, or maybe a little more conservative, because Gilliam definitely using quite a bit of curb there at the final chicane. Whether that means he's burning off tracks here to try and close the gap. Meanwhile, there, just in front of Josh Anderson, one of the Team Jinx Shifters cars. 209 of Brent Loxton, I'm being told. 208 of Chris Coxhead, it turned out. There, apologies. Having a massive moment through turns 3 and 4. Thankfully able to keep that one out of the wall. But we'll have a quick look at that one there on the Virtual Racing School replay race.
We shall. And coming into the corner, just overshoots it and goes over the grass. Was able to keep it to the left side of the track and allow Anderson to go by. So that was a bit scary for a moment. However, it is play on the situation as things stand. We check back in with the number 18 of Lee Ellis. He's chasing down Kenneth Latter and Marcelo Rivera, who still have clean cars. And Ellis might be dropping time to these two, depending on how much damage he still has on that car, which it looks pretty much the same as last time we looked at it. Amazing that he's still been able to keep it going despite the obvious issues that he's suffered. Jake Maloney, meanwhile, has come in for his second stop of the race from ahead of Josh Anderson. And this should be an incredibly short one for Jake Maloney, probably sub 10 seconds at this stage. He'll filter back into the latter phase of the top 10. And I'm just monitoring his pit stop time now. Over 10 seconds. Is it going to be closer to 15? Looks like it. Pretty much 15 seconds flat stopped there for Maloney. And it looks like he's far enough ahead of Jordan Ross that he might just be able to keep this position.
Looks like that'll be the case, and indeed, yep, you see there Ross in the background through the apex of turn 1 as Maloney makes his way through pit exit there through turn 2. So plenty of space there to get back into the rhythm here as we look just up the road to number 35 of Job Stewart, continuing to try pressure the back of Wayne Burke. Good to see here, Wayne able to hold back. Actually, was Job ahead of Wayne at some point, or am I getting very confused now at this stage of the race?
I'd hazard a guess that he was. Wayne Burke, it seems, has been quite strong here in the latter phase of the race. Slightly quicker pit stop time than Job Stewart, and also pitted a lap later, so with slightly fresher tyres. Might have made the move out on track. Not too sure as things stand, but Job Stewart nonetheless will be working hard to get back by the Synergy number 89. Stewart's down 4 spots from where he started. Meanwhile, the gap to the lead ever decreasing. Andrew Gilliam is making it now 0.6 of a second back to Jared Filsel, who's trying his best to take care of those tyres and straighten up the acceleration zone out of turn 2. This is on for the lead. A very intriguing battle here. Gilliam qualified on pole. Filsel second. Gilliam will want to get that lead back and capitalize on that pole position. Certainly making a statement for his SCOPS season to come.
Indeed, both these drivers clearly showing they've got what it takes here to win the race. It just feels like it's a bit of an ebb and flow with this gap at the moment. Some of these corners, it feels like Gilliam's getting an excellent drive off of them and just closing the gap on the straights. But other corners, Filsel's able to just eke out a couple of hundredths. But this time by here, it looks like Gilliam's gaining more than he's losing. So the hairpin here is the all-important corner. Did he get this gap down to around 0.4 or even 0.3 by the time we get to the end of the straight? That's the question. Looking for the straightest exit off of the hairpin. Both cars indeed. Gap balloons out to 0.6. So again, Filsel's line looks to be working in favor of him, but the draft just gives Gilliam back a 10th. And now he's gaining over what he had on an entry to the hairpin here at about 0.4. And then back up to almost 5 at the chicane here.
This is going to be a very intriguing end to the race, coming up to 8 laps to go now in the Too Easy Finance Montreal 250. as Brady Myers and Josh Anderson continue to fly in formation for Trans-Tasman Racing. Either way, it looks like it is going to be a Trans-Tasman car on the podium, which is certainly going to be a great result for that team. Madison down much further behind these two than he was before, and he'll probably be ruining that. I'd say it's not a bad result for Madison down, but it's not what people who watch this series would be used to seeing him accomplish. He has managed to stay in the top 5, though, and as we discussed before, it's those consistent top 5 finishes and consistent podiums that got down the title last season. Meanwhile, Andrew Dyson, this is for 11th place, fighting against Tom Freer. Freer's been steadily working his way back up to his starting position. Dyson goes a little bit deep into turn 1. This could give a slight advantage to Freer, but Dyson stays tight on the exit of turn 2 and will stay ahead. But, as we've said many times this broadcast, for how long? Because it seems that Tom Freer has the pace over him. He's got tyres that are a lap younger.
He looks a little bit more in control here. Looks to the outside, make it the inside for turn 6. There's the nose. And now is the space given? The answer is yes, but has to look for the switchback maybe out of 7 down to turn 8. It's not quite there, so has to tuck back in and think about another move later on in the lap. So almost got it done there, did Tom Freer, but patience for another time. Meanwhile, just behind them, it's Kobe Jones and Michael Taliancic fighting over position number 13. Both these drivers making excellent gains on their starting spots and looking for Michael T to make it plus 20 if he can get past Kobe here in the closing phases of the race.
Fantastic drive it has been from the driver of the 777.
Oh, there it is. Maybe.
Oh, yep, maybe. A little slightly straighter exit for Kobe Jones, taking the wide line. The momentum will be with him down the back stretch, but Taliancic is close enough to potentially make a move in the draft. We'll see if he pulls out. Jones stays middle of the racetrack, forces Taliancic to go tight, but it will be the inside for the final chicane, and there is Taliancic now up 20 positions. Kobe Jones almost getting into the rear of him and getting a very good exit out of the final chicane, actually, but Tally going defensive right away, keeping Jones behind. So that cements a great drive through the field for Michael Taliancic. Back to the lead, though. The gap is continuing to ebb and flow around 0.5 to 0.3. Andrew Gilliam is right on the back of Jared Filsel and still pressuring him for that race lead. And if you are Andrew Gilliam, what do you do in this situation? It seems very difficult to try and get any kind of momentum on Jared Filsel.
Well, looking at the way the gap is ebbing and flowing, there's no doubt about that, but it's ebbing and flowing and still ever so slightly gradually closing lap after lap. Give it a couple of hundredths per lap maybe, but we're 3.5 tenths across the line. It was over 4 tenths a lap previous. Looking deep under brakes at turn 2 is Gilliam at the front of the field. Not able to make anything of it though, but he's under 4 tenths now out of turn 2. So things are starting to heat up here, and I think it's all about really just gradually closing in, not overworking his tyres, just trying to get the most of as much of an idea out of the car, but also out of what Filsel's doing, and where possibly can Andrew get something to work into his car, where Filsel's maybe doesn't work out as well. Now right on board with the 201, looking forward to the race leader as we head down to turn 8 and 9. 5.5 laps to go here, Reese, and still no clear answer as to who is going to win this one here to open the 2022 V8SCOPS season.
I'm so hyped here for the finish of this race. Gilliam just edging closer, lap on lap. I did notice in the second chicane, Filsel turning in a bit later to get a straighter run out of the corner. And again, it seems that it's under acceleration that Filsel really has the advantage. He's very comfortable taking that wide line out of the hairpin and getting that tiny little bit of extra momentum. But Gilliam has now made the gap under 3 tenths. He's almost close enough to Filsel to pull a move. Goes a bit, oh goodness, that was a little crossed up over the curb there for Jared. And it seems Andrew Gilliam had a slightly better run out of the final chicane. Could this be the move for the race lead? Gilliam has a slight little look at Filsel. Little mind games here starting to happen. If you just show the nose a little bit to your rival, you could unsettle them. but Jared Filsel has plenty of experience defending from behind.
Indeed, but 5 laps to go. Andrew Gilliam has 7 seconds behind him, and that's a lot of free time to think about how many times can he make a move, how many times can he try and get a mistake out of Jared Filsel. And given that that zero pressure behind means that I don't know how much Gilliam's willing to risk on a move here to take a race win in the opening round of the season. I don't know how much Jared Filsel, to be honest, is willing to defend, to try and, or risk in defense to hold on to the lead of the race, to be able to say, I won the opening race of the season here for 2022. But this time by on this lap, Gilliam just losing a couple hundredths through the middle part of the track. But lap traffic ahead, unlikely to be a factor, but honestly, I don't know. Maybe they'll catch him at just an inopportune moment here, and that could change things just that little bit more. Gap back up to 4.5 tenths. So maybe Gilliam here just got close, but maybe just not quite able to stay with him when he gets right up behind him. But these mid-speed corners might be the difference. If you can make it work through these mid-speed chicanes, once again, if Filsel has something a slightly loose exit, that'll help him out. But the answer is 2 tenths gained into the braking and through the final chicane. Back on the rear bumper, all over it once again. 4 laps to go here, Reese. It's still on, and the lap traffic is now right here at turn 2. This is about as bad as it gets for Filsel. Here we go. Where does the lap traffic get out of the way?
Marcelo Rivera pulls to the right side and lets our leaders go. Good stuff there, nice and cleanly done. But it is this part of the circuit you mentioned where Gilliam is slightly weaker. Keep an eye on Jared Filsel up ahead. Watch what he does coming into this chicane. He goes all the way over to the right, turns in very late, and that gives him a nice straight exit. He's even short shifting out of the corner to get a bit of extra momentum on the exit. Andrew Gilliam, though, is taking a bit more of a conventional racing line. That might be hurting his exit down this straight. Maybe if he changes up his style and goes for that slightly later apex in that chicane, he might have a proper go at Filsel. Nonetheless, hairpin time, and it is still under 3 tenths as they come up to the braking zone. What will Gilliam be able to do? Oh, here we go. Here's the look. Oh, he turns in a bit early, and that's compromised him a little.
It compromised Filsel as well.
Oh, okay, so things stay as they are for the time being, but the gap is ever closer. It is under 2 tenths now. Gilliam in the draft now for the final chicane. Look at the momentum he's got. Filsel goes defensive coming into the final chicane. Who comes out in front? It looks like it is going to be Filsel. Gilliam just pulling out, but it is certainly on for the race lead now. They got more lap traffic to negotiate. That's Lee Ellis up ahead of them.
Just watching, though, that run through the final chicane, that was not what Gilliam wanted. He doesn't like it if he has to square the corners off that much. His car is really flowing over what he can use of those curbs. Maybe willing to compromise a couple of off-tracks that he's got in reserve here to put them to effect and really straighten the line, because the more square Gilliam tries to run those mid-speed corners, I feel like that's where his car isn't as strong. We were saying it's definitely visible here at turns 6 and 7, but I think those other chicanes is also where you're going to see it as well. So watch out for Gilliam here in this back half of the circuit to be really square. I see a car around it, car 29 at Canada Corner, Maloney. Oh, he's lost the rear of the car there. That's all scuffed up and damaged, and he's lost a spot to Job Stewart. But I'll have to maybe see if we can get a quick look at what's happened to Jake Maloney there. I think that was by himself. And he's having more trouble with the car. No.
Oh,
here we go. So Job Stewart looking for the move. Maloney white lining the run down to the final corner. Moves it across and contact once and twice. And fires Maloney's car across that curb and then into the barrier. And he just parks up, I think, waiting for traffic here to have a chance to get safely out of there. But we better get back to live pictures because the gap is a 1.5 tenths, 2 tenths at the final chicane again. Penultimate lap
Gilliam
coming up. Here we go. What does Gilliam do this time, Reese? Do you make the move now or do you wait for one more?
Well, it looks like he's going to try and go around the outside of turn 1. Filsel's going to filter ahead and park it on the racing line, but Gilliam gives him a bump, gets up the inside in turn 2. Gilliam now to the race lead with just 2 laps to go, and he is almost cleared Filsel by the time they get to that chicane. Filsel's going to have to yield there, but let's see if Filsel has anything in reserve to try and pass Gilliam again.
I reckon he's got something in reserve, Reese. He's been allowing, I think, Gilliam to really push through those faster chicanes. Here's the exit we've been talking about. Does Filsel have it this time up the back of Gilliam? I think he does have a little bit of a run, and Gilliam immediately coming over to that right side. Yep, if Filsel wants to make a move, he's going to have to make it around the outside here. Expect some full white line defense from Andrew Gilliam here. 1.5 laps to go. But again, look at the runoff of the faster chicanes. He just opens up that car length, and that's just giving him the space to come down to the chicane here. No need to defend the inside line or anything like that, but he's a little wide of the apex. The bump pass in return from Filsel. It's going to be a drag race down to the final chicane. We've seen this plenty of times. Who's got the better run this time, Reese? It's neck and neck at this phase, but the inside line, surely Filsel's got the advantage here as we get ready to take the white flag.
Indeed, what a great race it's been to start off the SCOPS season. Gilliam a little later on the brakes here. Bit of contact there, Filsel. Just tapping him in the side, sends him off. Gilliam's going to have a slowdown from that. And that will be the battle for the lead pretty much over as they cross the line to take the white flag. Oh, man. What would have been a better way to do that for Andrew Gilliam? Maybe just yielding to Filsel and trying one more time. Filsel, of course, when he wants a position, he will tap you out of the way if he needs to. But that's given him the gap that he needs. So that was shaping up to be a great battle for the lead on the final lap of the race, but it looks like it is going to go the way of Jared Filsel. We focus on Joshua Anderson, who's still chasing down Brady Myers, lost 2/10 on the previous lap. I think that's going to be a guaranteed 4th for the Trans-Tasman number 36. But big heartbreak, I would have to say, for Andrew Gilliam. He tried his best and went for it, but unfortunately it all came undone for him at the hairpin, just going in a little too hot, going slightly wide, allowing Filsel to get alongside him. And then that slight contact in the final chicane was what sealed the deal. Gilliam's still trying to make up whatever gap he can, but as Jared Filsel exits the hairpin, I think he will be satisfied with this race night. It hasn't been without a little controversy and drama, but Jared Filsel, with just 2 corners to go, will come home to take the first victory of the 2022 SCOPS season. For Synergy Boost Mobile Racing, it will be the number 94 of Jared Filsel who crosses the line. Andrew Gilliam may be signalling his displeasure to the way Filsel was racing him, but we can't take anything away from the driver of the number 94. That was a great drive.
Indeed. Brady Myers brings home his number 22 Trans-Tasman Commodore to take P3 here ahead of Josh Anderson in P4. We await the final driver of the top 5 as Madison Down brings the number 1 across the line just now. Meanwhile, out on track, going to be Wayne Burr coming home in 6th place. That's been a fantastic drive home to the end there, ahead of Ethan Griggolt. And a couple of battle packs left on track. We should look at the fight for 11th perhaps. It's about half a second as it turns out. Tom Freer leading from Andrew Dyson and Mike Taliancic. This should all relatively finish line astern, you'd think, here as they come through the final chicane. And indeed, yes, Freer is through, Dyson is through, Taliancic is through. Solid gains there is indeed the plus 20 for Mike T there. It's a good opening round for the Pursuit Sim Racing team manager and V8 veteran. Meanwhile, Sebastian Flock looking to push and gain on Brad Ratu, but it's not going to be the case. We have to settle in behind there. Plus 4 for Seb and plus 19 for Brad. So another driver that's made up excellent gains in the race tonight, along with Dylan O'Shea, up 19 spots to his finishing position of 20th. And now the last couple of cars bring themselves across the line, and we'll be able to get to the race results in just a second here, Reese.
We shall. The final car to cross the line on the lead lap is Reese Keane in 26th. So, Unofficial results from the first round of Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS for 2022. The Montreal 250 goes to Jared Filsel. Andrew Gilliam, well, he had a red-hot go at the lead and took it for just half a lap, but he'll finish 7/10 behind thanks to a slowdown going side by side through the final chicane with Filsel. Brady Myers will complete the podium. Trans-Tasman getting into the top 3, as is the norm for them. Anderson and Down will complete the top 5 also for Trans-Tasman Racing. Wayne Burke, as you said, a great drive to 6th after starting from 10th. Ethan Griggolt comes home in 7th place, with Jordan Ross making up 9 places to finish 8th. Job Stewart, well, he had a pretty good qualifying performance, but unfortunately it didn't work out for him at the end. And Jake Maloney, with some contact for sure, rounding out the top 10.
11th place, as we saw there, went to Tom Freer, able to hold that grid spot to the end of the race there, at the end of it all. Andrew Dyson up 9 spots, a solid finish for 12th for him there tonight. Said there, Mike Telliansich up 20 spots to claim 13th. I hope he's happy with that one there. Kobe Jones, another solid mover, up 11 spots to 14th ahead of Kurt Stenberg. And next of our Trans-Tasman cars, up 12 spots for Kurt, the 15th there. Griffin Gardner, a little bit rough and tumble in the early phases. We'll have to settle for 16th place tonight. Brad Ratsu ahead of Seb Flock for 17th and 18th, leaving us with Bailey Frid and Dylan O'Shea to round out our top 20 race.
Finishing in 21st was Blake Purdy after qualifying 15th. Glenn Postlethwaite, he had a bit of a quiet race, but it was a profitable one, 31st to 22nd. Emily Jones, very unfortunate for her with that contact from behind by Adam Briggs entering the pit lane. She'll finish where she started in 23rd place. Darren Lobb and Brenton Hobson round out the top 25. 26 is going to be Reese Keane, the last car to finish on the lead lap along with Kenneth Latter. And then it's Lee Ellis, Marcelo Rivera and Chris Coxhead, your top 30.
A couple more drivers, 1 lap down, that being Brett Loxton, Jake Burton and Ryan O'Sullivan, all finishing 31st through 33rd respectively. And then to Adam Briggs, our last driver, to finish circulating, I believe, 3 laps down in 34th. And then we reach our retirements from the race. The trio of Richard Hampstead, Rainer Costello and Brad Ryan, unfortunately, severe damage there at that first pit stop. Unable to continue there. So 35th and 36th, 37th for all of them. And then Luke Rosella, Jack Boyd, very early retirements in the race, and Jordan Caruso not starting here tonight. Leaving us with our race control over the page there. So 44th through 44th. We don't need to count here for the purposes of the championship race. Well, certainly this one delivered, I'd have to say, and great to see, yes, after the start to Split 2. We did have some drama there on lap 1, but not as much, which is good to see, but certainly unfolded later on in the race, though, dare I say.
Oh, certainly did. It started reasonably quiet for Scops standards, but really explosive stuff at the end, especially with Jared Filsel defending that race lead. We're going to step aside very briefly here on SimSpeed TV, but when we come back, we'll have interviews with our top 3 drivers from the field. You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8 Sim Community Online Premier Series.
Fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rid of the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my god! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
6 very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go! Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Faller, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today.
Well, what a night of racing we've had in the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS Round 1, the Montreal 250. And now we'll have a chat to our podium finishers. The first, of course, being Jared Filsel. Sorry to catch you mid-conversation there, Jared. Congratulations on your victory. You certainly had to work for it at the end there.
Yeah, thanks, Reese. It's been a while since I've been in a winning interview on this in this series. I think it's the first ever win in this new car for me, actually. So, yeah, cool little stat. It's good to start 2022 off with a win with the SSR boys. It's been great.
Yeah, it's been a big team transition with the United Sim Sports squad joining up with Synergy Sim Racing. How has that changed the way you approach these races? Has there been any changes to the way you're working with the guys and, different people obviously working with to work out how things are going to go in these races?
No, not really. We had a technical alliance with them all last year, so it's all same basically. Just we're running all under the same banner now. I think logistically it was a much better decision to run as one than two. But yeah, it's been great so far. All the guys are great. Friendly faces, a few old faces that were in the team from way back.
Yes, indeed. Well, considering your victory tonight, it certainly wasn't without drama. The first incident with Jake Burton on pit exit and then with Andrew Gilliam coming into the final chicane. What were your views on those two incidents? Just hard racing? Because certainly seemed you didn't want to give up the line in those chicanes.
Yeah, it's much better to be on the inside than the outside at those chicanes, that's for sure. I'll probably blame JRT, to be honest, because it gave me shocking info on pit out and fuel. So I actually thought I had to save fuel for the whole last stint, but I was clear by a whole lap. So yeah, that's a bit of a shame. But no, the car was great. It was a bit of a handful after that contact with Burton earlier on in the race. Definitely didn't have the top end speed that it should have, so made my job a little bit more difficult. But it was good, clean, hard racing with Andrew there. It's good to have a good battle with him for once.
Indeed, it was a pleasure to watch up here in the comms box as well. So what's 2022 looking like for you, Jared? You made numerous one-off appearances last season. Are you committing to the series full-time this year?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'll try to. My schedule has definitely calmed down a lot, so I can probably put a little bit more time and effort into this series like yesteryear. So it should be good. I'm looking forward to the schedule and whatnot. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting amongst it again. It'll be a good lead into E-Series as well, so it's not so stressful like it has been the last few years.
Yeah, certainly should be the case. Well, before we let you go, Jared, anyone you'd like to thank from your squad who got it done for you tonight?
Yeah, obviously all the boys at SSR. It's been great working with them. New faces, new ideas, everything. As well as Boost Mobile for their ongoing support of me. And also Erebus and Jordan Ross at Wave Runner Performance as well. I can't thank you guys enough for the broadcast. It looks epic as always. Jay and Fonty do a magnificent job. And OSR as well. They definitely deserve it.
And you deserve this victory, Jared. So congratulations once more, and we'll hopefully talk to you at future rounds. That's Jared Filsel, race winner here tonight. Second place was Andrew Gilliam, having a red-hot go at the lead, stood by with Dan Yeaman.
All right then, fair enough indeed. Well, looking back at the start of tonight, Andrew did a fantastic job to put the car on pole, and a little bit I think it was muscled out there at the early phases there by Filsel and Burton, but did an excellent job in the early phase to look after the car and then close in the final stages. I guess talking us through that final part of the race, I guess, what was your sort of, do you have any strategy as you were closing in on Jared there in the final laps?
Yeah, that was a fantastic race. Super stoked to get it on pole for the opening event. Good way to start the year, and P2 as well to start off the championship. So yeah, looking forward to this year. I was just trying to conserve the rears under brakes, and I definitely had a bit of an advantage being able to close up in the draft. So I was just trying to keep the rears alive by braking a little bit early and just trying to get a run off some of those corners. But his car was too good tonight. Just couldn't get around him.
Yeah, it did look like from our perspective up here in the box that you had good mid-corner, like sort of mid-speed cornering capacity. Jared looked a little bit better in the slower corners there, but towards the end there, just as you were closing in gradually, I guess we sort of thought here perhaps it was an ambitious move to go for the outside at the final chicane. Sorry, I guess that's just a case of Jared defending early on, and it was really the only place you thought that the car would be positioned, or was it based on given you did have a go around the outside earlier on in the race, you weren't able to quite make it work, but it was worth having another crack there?
Yeah, it was coming up to the last lap, and we had 6 seconds back to the next car. So I just went all in and gave it a big lob, and unfortunately, a little tap and went sideways across the curb and had to do the slowdown. But yeah, that was just giving it everything, and knowing that P2 was going to be secured. I definitely wouldn't have done that move if P3 was a lot closer.
Fair enough indeed. Good to hear in solid spirits. Well, you've been continuing to improve year on year, especially in, I'd say, the past 2 years in particular. So I guess looking forward to the rest of the year, this is the kind of start you definitely want to see, I suppose, and looking forward to the rest of the season. I guess we look forward to seeing you at the front of the field, at least making a good crack of that qualifying pace and converting again into race pace, I hope.
Yeah, like qual pace was epic. So just got to work on probably a little bit of rear tire life, or just making the set just feel a little bit nice for the race. But no, super stoked. That's good momentum to carry into the year.
Wonderful to hear that. Well, before we let you go, just a big chance to say thanks to team partners and those who get it done for you tonight, Andrew.
Yeah, big shout out to the team, Pursuit Sim Racing. I was quite busy this weekend getting ready for AKC prep for next week. So I basically jumped in the car, and the car was pretty well on point. So I owe it to those guys. They've done really well behind the scenes. Couldn't have done it without them. And big shout out to our sponsors, Bowler Media, V&M Simulation, and Track Racer. Thank you guys so much for your support.
Great to hear that, Andrew. Thank you very much for chatting with us, and good luck for the future rounds of the season. Well, one more person to chat from the podium race. We'll bring in Brady Myers for third place here. Well done tonight, Brady. P3. Hope you're happy with that one. How did you feel about the race from your perspective there tonight?
Yeah, honestly, it was pretty quiet from where I sat. I just sort of made one position gained and then just held my ground for the remainder of the race and just kind of held station and watched everyone crash in front of me, which was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, a couple of moments there for guys ahead of you, and obviously that means you're able to capitalise. But nevertheless, a clean race is a good race, I have to say. And being able to bring it home ahead of Josh and Madison there from the team stables, looked like he had a little bit more pace than I believe it was Madison at one point after the stops towards the end of that race there, and just able to stretch the legs there a little bit at the end.
Yeah, just the difference in strategy and tyres. Like Mad pitted really early and gained the undercut, and I opted to run a bit later on my first stint and sort of try to cut him off later on in the race, and that managed to do that to quite good use, I think.
Indeed, that's indeed a fair observation, of course. Well, yeah, good start to the season for you and for the rest of the team. I guess we look forward to seeing you guys compete up the front as always for another year. And for you, I guess, any personal goals for the season in particular?
Look, I'd just like to win a race. I just want to break the duck, and hopefully a pole. That's the aim for this year. If I can be in the shot with the championship, that would be ideal. But at the moment, I'm just taking it a race at a time and see where we end up come Road America.
Sounds like a nice level head on your shoulders there, Brady. Well, just a final chance to say thanks to those who get it done for you guys at Trans-Tasman and yourself personally tonight, Brady.
Yeah, big thanks to everyone at Trans-Tasman Racing. Been working really hard trying to get our head around the car and its misbehaviors and stuff. So big thanks to everyone, to our sponsors, Virtual Racing School, to my personal sponsor, Xtrim, to Parenzo, Kart Effects, to you guys for the broadcast. And yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you very much, Brady, and look forward to seeing you at the future rounds in the V8SCOPS 2022.
Thanks, guys.
Good stuff there from Brady Myers. Dan, sorry to talk over you there. We were hoping to have a chat to Jake Burton, but unfortunately he exited the interview waiting room while we were talking to Brady. And honestly, I don't blame him. Jake showed great pace early on, pressuring Filsel for the lead, but it ended in tears for him.
Yeah, indeed. Gamble on who's going to bail out of the side-by-side movement there in the early phase of the race. And yeah, we sort of covered it during the middle of that one there, but two drivers top of their game, not willing to back down an inch, unfortunately, around a place like Montreal. That does mean when push comes to shove, it's quite likely someone will find the fence. And unfortunately, it was Jake Burton's turn, if you will, put it in words as such, to end up in that position. But I think that's going to do us, Reese, for the rounds proceedings and wrap up the full event, as it were, starting with the Friday nights and Saturday night support series through to two races here tonight at Montreal. It's been a great broadcast, and I hope I've done my part fairly well for you all watching along. I hope you've appreciated the broadcast and all its elements. And a couple of weeks until our next round at the Red Bull Ring, Reese, and guess a time for the drivers to go away and do a little bit of planning and preparation for that one there.
Absolutely, and yeah, I would definitely say that it was great to have you in the box here tonight, and looking forward to being accompanied by you for the whole season in V8SCOPS. So you heard it from Dan. The next round of SCOPS is going to be on March the 13th at the Red Bull Ring, and we're going to be having the Flat Sixes and the Jetta Cup for support categories on Friday night. So make sure to tune in for here at SimSpeed TV to catch that. From all of us here, we want to say thank you for watching, and we hope you have a good rest of your February. Certainly, we've got plenty more broadcasts coming up here on SimSpeed TV over the coming days. So if you want to have a watch, then make sure to chuck us a subscribe and hit the bell so that you know when our next broadcasts are going up. My name's Reese Gardner. It was Dan Yeaman alongside me in the commentary box, and Scott Fontaine on production. Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS, the first round of 2022, went to Jared Filsel. But will Andrew Gilliam be able to break the duck? We'll see. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going with the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Six very close. These guys, I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?